YouTube as well. Let's go check out the channel. We should be. Gotta mute this. All right, let's go. All right. So let's take a look at this stream, guys, and let's see the breakdown for the week, right? So first thing, guys, we always want to start our week off, especially our Mondays and Tuesdays, and kind of see where our trend is going. So for that, we need to basically rotate over to market sessions, right? And for me, I have one of my top right areas here. You have your trading view, and it has where you can create other charts, right? So you have this chart, that chart, this chart. So mine is called Chill because there is a trader called Trade Chill Travel, and we'll take a look at the indicators right here. And she has an indicator, Trade Travel Chill, called Market Session Times. Now I saw this, a lot of students in the Discord were using this to kind of like look over. So really how a market session goes is the beginning on Sunday at 5 p.m. New York time is the beginning of a session. And then from there, it goes all the way to next Sunday, right? So that's kind of like how that goes. Big Dog, you got to mute to talk. So yeah, I do like Adam, man. I do like Adam.
Should have stayed in it.
Yeah, I mean, so you have to go to like take a look at like what makes you where do you get, you know what I'm saying? Where do you decide to get out, or how do you extend a run, right? And normally for me it's about the 3 minute or the 1 minute moons. All right, so let's see here. So we'll take a look at Adam. Give me about. All right, let's take a look at Adam right now. So let's take a look at Adam since we're talking about Adam. So Adam, we're gonna do a weekly, right? So first thing we want to do here is take a look at Adam's week, right? So right now, if you guys know, we're already in this Tuesday section here. So we're going to go to the start of the week prior, right? Which would be our Sunday, would be right here. So this is the beginning of the week. So you got to look at Adam. First thing you're going to do is draw a trend, and you're just going to go to the higher highs of your week before, right? So here's your first trend line across. We're going to go, now I'm moving to Adam for you, big dog. We're going to look at Adam. It doesn't really matter. So just so we can have an idea of where it's headed, you know what I mean? All right, so now.
Yeah, because everything signs that it was going to keep going up.
All right, so Adam right here kind of has a high trend. So we started last Sunday, and it looks like its high point is around 1156 area, right? Okay. Now, the low here, we got to take a look at the low for the week. It looks like the low for the week is around 1066, okay? That's kind of like the previous week, right? So as you can see here, right? So if you guys would have mapped out Adam, so this is how it works right here, guys. So the simplicity of it is basically this, right? If you go to the week prior, okay, and you mark it out, you have your highs, your lows, and you have your Sunday. We started March 26th right here, and it goes all the way to this Sunday, which is the 7th right here, right? So as we can see, the prior week, all right, so this is our new week right here. This is our new Sunday right here. And as you can see, as we came into this week, we had it was coming out of a high on a Saturday. Sunday morning was coming out, started to head down, and it actually touched its bottom piece right here, right? So on that move down, we could see that through Sunday, it had its big fall down. It tapped its previous support line right here, which means it's going to bounce up and have some type of move. Now this move up, we could have played this long right off of Adam right here. And then as it recorrected, we could took our long right there and waited to see what happened. Now it retested its support area once again here. And this was on Monday morning, right? So on that retesting, if you were watching or looking at Adam, you'd realize that you're kind of going in the bottom of this channel for the week prior. Remember, the week prior is top and their bottom. The week prior, here's your week prior, right? Gives you an idea of the channel that the coin wants to travel. So once you start to see it make its move, like after Sunday night and Monday morning, it starts to make its move. It's kind of letting you know where it's gravitating to or moving to or where it wants to go. So it looked like in this position here, Adam wanted to retest the 1152 mark, right? So that's what you're saying, big dog. It looks like it's still going up, right? So,
well, 30 minutes, look like we're about to get a move on it.
yeah, I mean, so far the way it goes, it looks like Adam's retested its support line area twice and then started moving back up again, right? So a lot of times you guys always want to have, like, once you have a one retest and you have a movement and then it retests again, that second move is basically a lot stronger as it starts to make its higher highs. So it does look like we have some higher highs here, and it's just doing a normal pullback. So now it's retesting, trying to break 1141. But more than likely, since we're in the beginning of the week and it's where are we at? Tuesday.
Yeah, that's where I originally was gonna take profit that 4 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like once, you know, the thing here is that you could look at and say, okay, looks like we're trending up here on Adam. So it looks like Adam wants to get by the end of the week back up to 1153. Okay. So that's where we're at right there. It looks like Adam wants to get back to 1153. So now that we have that going on, we can go over to a normal chart here and we can take a look at Adam and say, okay, so now that I understand 1153 is my target, right? So now I can go to a regular chart and I can look for opportunities and see if the rest of this lines up for me, right? So the first thing I want to do is take a look at my 4 hour, right?
Boss, can you share your screen?
And then
we don't know what.
Hold on one sec. I got you. Can you see it? Did that work for you? So
yeah.
Guys, if you're on TikTok, if you want to get in there, we do have the Discord open, guys. When you join the Discord, you can jump in there. We're going to do live training for the rest of the season. Okay, so you see my screen now?
Yep.
Okay, so first thing we do here, guys, is we have to do our weekly check, right? No matter what, you guys got to start getting used to getting in here and doing a weekly check, right? All that is going from the Sunday that you're at all the way back to the previous Sunday, and it starts at 5 p.m. New York time. So for me, that is 4 p.m. Central my time, which is 1600 hours, which is somewhere right about here. Now, if you do go to chill travel, what is this? I'll get this right, guys. I will get this right. Trade travel chill. Trade travel chill. She has an indicator that she uses. It's called market sessions, and it puts all these lines in here, and it's kind of, there's a lot of extra stuff in here I don't really use, but I mean, it does have the lines there. You don't really need it. I was just checking out because some people are like, yeah, it's a market session. So all you do is you go back to your previous Sunday and you find your 5 p.m. New York time, and then you put in your time, right? So mine is about 1600, right? So this is the beginning of my last Sunday, right? So this is when the market opens on New York, right? So all I'm going to do at that point is go all the way down to my next Sunday, which would be what I'm looking at currently. I should be looking at Sunday at around 6 o'clock. I should know that I'm doing my market session time, and then this is where I would be. There would be no wicks or candles past this mark because I'm just getting started. So all I do is you go back and you just basically look at the highest highs of the last week, and you look at the lowest lows, right? That's your support, that's your resistance. This is a channel, right? This is a weekly channel. This will give you an ideal of where the coin is trading, right? So if it breaks through the top of this, then you're looking for, you know, new levels, new highs. If it falls below that, it's a good opportunity, you know, that you're going to get some good shorts in there, right? But you can kind of tell when a coin, what it starts to make its move, right? Which is at the end of the Monday. So here we come out Sunday. We can see that Sunday it starts to drop down and it retouches its previous week's low, right? And starts to head up. So that's an indicator right there. That's a trade you can look at and go, okay, I'm retesting and I'm starting to move up. You can enter this long here and say, okay, I'm going to try to run this up. And a lot of times what I like to do is, as you go through the week, you have your highs and your bottoms. I like to put a middle indicator somewhere in there where I've seen the most resistance support in that area, right? So for Atom, as we look here, we have the tops here that fought this little area here. All right. And we can see right here that we had the tops where are topping right here. We have the support lines hitting right here, and just kind of like get into like a nice middle zone there and say, okay, this seems like, you know, even in the previous week, it was tapping here as support. It basically used this as a resistance. It broke free. It came down. It retapped it, touched it, played it a couple times. So now that I have that section right there, that kind of gives me my middle ground, and that's where I really like pay attention to, like if it's breaking above that or below that, wherever that particular support or resistance line is, that's kind of like where things go. So if you had that set up and you would be going through this week here, you could have saw Atom actually break below that, and you say, okay, that's below it. As it starts to move up, you would look for that to be the resistance to get another short downwards and continue down. But if it breaks through, which it did, then you would enter a long, and now you would be playing this long to get it, you know, moving up to the next level, which you could just take a quick glance and say, okay, it looks like the next level is probably going to be in this zone here, right? So if you just kind of did a sideways glance, so this will get you guys, this is also an easy way to get what's called trends and supports and resistant lines. Very simple to do. You just look over here and say, okay, this seems to be a solid support resistance line across the board here on Atom. So once I see this breakout here, I could basically set a target and go, okay, Atom's going to break out here. It looks like it's doing the same thing it did last time. This is a price line here of 1096, and then you could set a target around this zone here. So at least you have an idea of what you should be looking at right at that point, which would be about 1125. And those are these are the areas that you're kind of like giving yourself an idea of where this coin is headed, right? So you got through there, you touched it, you came back down, it retested twice. Here's another long opportunity. It rejected, and you had this massive short right here, right? So you can see like rejection, and you're right at this point. This gives you a nice little channel that you can play up and down because that's where the coin is currently playing. It broke through that support, gave you another opportunity at a super low and started to break up again. And then this is another long, and once again we rejected. So see how this is playing out for you, where you're having these nice little sections. All these support lines came from the previous week: top, middle, second middle, bottom, right? And what are they doing? They're repeating the same process on the next week, staying within this channel until it breaks down and gives yourself a new area to look at, right? But currently, Atom is playing within this area, bouncing, rejecting, coming back. And now that it's broke above this line here, it's starting to set a precedence that it wants to move to this next line, right? So now what you have to do is say, okay, I'm in this zone here. Where is this line? So this is the next support line, and you can easily come across and see where at the area up here, now that you're in this new area, you can come across and basically give yourself another trend line and say, okay, I'm dealing with this upper area now, which is, as you look to the previous week, you can see on the previous week that you had resistance, 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 support, support, support. So now this area right here is where you're at right now, okay? So that gives us an idea of what we're working with Adam right now. So if we take this down right here, we can see the next thing that we need Adam to do is actually break this level, right? Which is what it looks like it's trying to do right now. So if it gets above this level and we get a green section here, then we'd be looking for Adam to retest the previous high of 1155. All right, that's what we're looking for right there, guys. All right, now if it falls below this, you know, if it gets rejected and starts to head down, then we would play a short to this next level here, and we would see if we could break through this next level and catch a nice little short down to that 1095. So you guys see how you're starting to create these levels? Do you guys see that? So that gives you an idea of what your coin is trying to do. So that way you're not just out there going, all right, I'm waiting for this moon, I'm waiting for this trend, right? This kind of like will give you an idea of like, all right, this is my area right here, right? This is where this coin wants to go. It wants to go all the way to 1155. It has resistance right here. This is the support. This is the next support, right? So it kind of gives you an idea of where your range is, right? As it continues to fall through these levels, then you know where you're headed, right? So that way you can kind of judge what you're looking for. So currently, if we were looking at this chart, what would you guys say right now that we're looking for Adam to do right now? What's it look like we're trying to do with Adam?
Try to break that resistance.
Yeah, it's trying to break that resistance, and it's, you know, trying to get to a level where it's going to try to put itself into a support section, right? So that's kind of where we're at right now. So we can go right above it right there and say, okay, it is literally trying to sit on top of this next level, right? Which it's having trouble doing, right? So it looks like there could be a pullback here down to this, you know, 1123 area, which will allow us to basically, you know, bounce up and go for the ride all the way up, or continue to fall down, right? So now that we have that in our sight, we can go and say, okay, well, what does it look like with our indicators? So now that we know that we're kind of looking like we're getting rejected here, in our mind we can say, okay, looks like I'm being rejected, right? So now you go, the first thing you go to is your 4 hour, right? Check out your 4 hour. The RSI right here is heading towards the 100 line, right? And that's kind of like the top of the area. Let me look at the daily here. So I want to trade with the, you know, the RSIs, right? So the daily's still moving up. It looks like it's starting to build. Look at the buyers right here, starting to build momentum, right? Now it can get rejected off of this line up here, right? But it has a little ways to go. So now we switch to the 4 hour. 4 hours still has a little bit of ways to go. Now the buyers are kind of like taking a breather here, so it's taking a little bit of a break, building some momentum, but we're still in an upward RSI, relative strength index. We are still relative strength index to the top. Now the 3 hour, the relative strength index has almost made it to the top there. And the curious thing about this is we just turned a green 3 hour trend, right? Now, what I like to do is take a look here and go, if I have a 3 hour trend there, where's the price on the 200 moving average, right? 1159. So this looks like as it breaks through here, the target would be 1159, right? So now we go to the 2 hour. We can see the 2 hour still heading up. The buyers are taking a little bit of a break here, right? And the reason why, as we start to go through these charts, we can realize right here on the 2 hour, we are fighting the 200 moving average at 1139. You see that? At 1139, we're trying to break through here. Now, we have some momentum. I don't know if that volume is enough to get through this level before it pulls back down and then goes for another up. Because the 2 hours looking exhausted, that might have to recover and come back down. Now we go to the 1 hour, and you can see the 1 hour is already recovering and starting to come back down. Now, this gives us an idea of the support zone because the 200 moving average on the 1 hour is sitting at 1122. So we could see a pullback down to 1123 area and then finally start to make our move up. That makes sense, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where this kind of just gives you an idea of, all right, this is what the coin wants to do. The coin has support at 1123, I go to my 2 hour, and we're fighting to break 1138. Right? That's kind of where you're at. You're fighting to get through 1138, but you have support at 1123, which is right here. Right? Those are the areas that we're looking to get into. So that's the box that we're in right now. So we can't really do a long on here because we're still trying to break this 200. We need to get through there. And the 1 hour is starting to head down. So we want to make sure that the 1 hour is heading in upward direction. So now that we have an ideal, right? So this looks like, you know, for the most part on the overall, Adam wants to get to the point where it retouches its higher levels. All right, Adam wants to get to the point where it breaks up and gets to its higher levels. That's what it's looking for. So we're looking like Adam wants to get to 1155. It's just trying to break through this level here. So that gives us an idea of what we're trading. So right now, Adam looks like a long position. Now it's just an ideal of how do we get into a position of the best entry, right? Now, leverage is very important here, right? I like trading very short trades, but are making big moves at one time because I don't want to be in a trade for a very long time. But you do have a 10 trade system where you have, you know, separate bags, right? So this bag right here, you can say to yourself, all right, so let me see where I'm at here. So currently I'm waiting for this 1 hour pullback, which is what we're trying to get. That pullback could take me down to this first level here of 1130, all the way down to 1122. How much percent is that pullback, right? So from this area to that area, it's a 1.27%, right? So mathematically, if you were doing, let's say you're setting yourself up and you're doing a 30x leverage, right? Because you're going to let this trade run because you're going to go for that. You're going to think Adam's going to that next level of the 1155, maybe making new highs, right? So what is your stop loss if you decide to get into this trade now and, you know, push this trade, right? Currently, you would have a 1.27, which means on a 30x, this would be about a 45. So 1.5 would be 45%. So this would be a 40% stop loss in the other direction, right? We want to enter when we're more around a 20% stop loss area. So that way, if things go bad, we have an extra 10% for our missed calculations. So for us, we'd want this to be an enter zone at around, let's say 1.9. So we want to enter this trade somewhere around here so that we have a 15%, right? So a 0.6 or 0.5 is, remember, we're working on 30x leverage, right? So this means that if a 30x leverage trade was entered at this price, if we can get an entry down at this price here, 1130, that means that it could fall back to its support line of the moving average of 200, and it would only be a 15 to 7 to about 18% downward slide before it rejected and went up. So which means I can set my stop loss at 25% and say, okay, I'm willing to take a 25% loss here on my trade if I'm wrong, right? But I want to get in at this level around here so that if it does go to its movement, which is what you are going to chart next, you have a win, right? So this is just ratios, right? So let's say we have an enter point here and we get into this trade off of this level here, which is 1129.6, right? Now, the target is 1159, right? That's the strong high for the day. So that, what does that give us in return, right? So now you would move up here and say, okay, so if this does move from this level and I'm correct and I get in on this level, what's my profit? So your profit would be sitting at about 2.5%, right? So which is 30%, 30, 30, right? So 30 for, because you're doing a 30x, so it's 30 every 1%, 30, 30, and 15. So that is a 75% gain versus a 25% loss. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So that trade here, yeah, this is
5 loaded great trend. 1128.
okay. Yeah, so your ratio here is if you take a loss, you lose 25%. If you go on the win, you win 75. So you always want your ratio at least to be 75% win versus 25% loss, right? So this is a good trade if you can get in at 11:30, right? See how we're pulling back now? You see how that 1 hour is pulling back? So we know right now that if we can get in below this area, this key area below 1128, right? That just increases our profits, okay? Now, how much does it increase our profits by being greedy, right? This is where I'm saying be greedy, right? So you say, okay, we got our entry at 1129, looks good, everything makes sense. I'm gonna wait for the 1 hour RSI to bottom and then start to head up because we trade with the 1 hour RSI. So right now we can't make this long trade because we're looking for the short trade to come in, right? So we do know that there is a short on Atom right now to at least 1122. So let's see if we, at this current moment, if we got into a short here, right? This short would be, yeah, this short right here, if it goes all the way down to its retest, would be 1% trade. If we can get that short to go down to our entry point of 130, it's a half a point, right? Which means if you're doing, this is what I'm saying, shorts, you go higher leverage because it's easier to catch somebody falling than it is up, right? So right here, we can short Atom from this level here. We could have got into a short on that level. And the target, which is our entry, which is that 1129 area where we're pretty sure it's coming back to, would have gave us a 0.5, right? So if we did an 80x leverage on a short, we would have made, we could make 40% on this downward move, right? Which is where we want to be, right? Where do we want to target our trades? We want to make 40% profits, right? 30 to 40% profits. Those are our normal trades, right? So when we're doing trades, we have to be in a mindset of saying that, you know, we want to be where we're just kind of like focused on that goal. So that's kind of our mindset when we're looking at this trade. And as you can see right here, we have an Atom short happening right here, right? Which basically we knew was going to happen by just looking at the 1 hour and kind of letting, you know, it's just going to reset itself to an entry point, right? So you just want to run a higher percentage on the shorts because it's easier for it to fall once it starts selling than it is to go up. You know what I mean? So on the longs, you can play yeah. On the longs, you can play, you know, I've been looking at it, and on the longs, you can do a 30x up. Unless you catch like a pump, then you can increase it. But on the shorts, you can play like an 80% short, right? Because you're looking for, you do have support zones, resistance. They're already made. When something's going up, we don't really have, you know, too many areas that we know are going to be solid supports or resistance. Sometimes it's making it's price discovering, you know what I mean? So on the way down, we kind of know that we have the moving average at 200s. We have all this other stuff. So it kind of allows us to get into a zone and say, okay, we can get to this and say, oh, this is going to tap this area, right? Very simple, right? So now we're starting to head towards our entry, right? So the next point of this entry would be to get it, if we can get it to fall from our entry point, which is the 1129, and actually come off of the moving average, 200 moving average, that's another half a point, right? It's another 0.5%, right? So if we can get the entry point on this part right here at 1123, this is going to open up an additional 15% gains, right? That's an additional 15%. So what you're doing is, instead of accepting a 15% loss, you're saying, hey, I'm going to get a little more greedy here, and I'm going to go for the even lower entry at 1123, which will give me 15% more gains, which means if I enter there, I can set a stop loss below the 1 hour 200 moving average, which would allow me to go down here and set a stop loss at 11.18 for a 15% stop loss, right? And it seems like a better scenario for me here. The odds of it going up are a lot better. And if I get in this position here, that means that if I do reach my high, then I'm going to pull in 3.11%, which is 30, 60, 90% gains. You see the difference? So that's the mindset you have to set here. That's what we're looking at. And now that we kind of gauged out this coin, we can kind of say to ourselves, all right, we're going to set targets, right? We don't want to panic. We don't want to, worry about this trade. We can set a trade here and forget it, right? We can set it and forget it and be happy that we have already marked this out and we're confident in what we're seeing in our charts, and we can move on to another chart. So right here, you could be pretty confident here to put a buy limit here on this level here at 11.23. So let's put a trend right across here and say, okay, I think that we can set a nice little buy level here, all right, at about 11.23 area. That's going to be my long entry, all right, 11.22. Why? We'll take a wick, say 11.22.6, and we're going to get rid of this entry area, and we're going to put our entry at 11.22, and our stop loss we're going to put at that lower level right here, which would be below. See this one big long wick? You can see this long wick that came in. So grab that long wick and say, okay, you're going to be my stop loss, Mr. Long Wick, right there. And that's your trade right there. So you know you're going to enter at 11.22.
See, how were you able to tell that it was going to come down then?
The 1 hour RSI. Right? So basically, every can you hear me?
Yeah, I think that I had it. I couldn't hear you, but I can hear you.
Yeah, so right now what we're doing is, it's basically waiting on our charts to set up, right? So when we take a look here, we have our 1 hour, right? So what did we look at? We went to the 4 hour, right? First thing was the daily, right? So we went to the daily so that we can see the overall trend, right? So currently the overall trend says that we have room to come up here. So we're looking about this area here. We have room to come up, right? So over the next, and remember guys, time frames are like having kind of like a vision into the future times 3. So this daily is kind of giving me a vision into the next 3 days of what could happen, right? Now it's Tuesday, which means Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it looks like Adam's going to have some type of push, which makes sense because we normally have long trades on Wednesday and Thursday. And then we start to go Thursday night or Friday, we start to see the pullback for the weekend and the adjustments. And then we have one more fake out on Friday. And then we go into like a downward trend for our weekend. So this kind of sets in a scenario that says, okay, this looks like Adam's going to have a push this week in the next 2 days, right? You have a 3-day look on the daily, 3 days out, cut it in half and say the next day and a half, it looks like we're going to have some type of push. Now I need to go to the 4 hour and say, okay, when is that push going to start? Now I take a look at the 4 hour and I can see that I have some room here to grow. So 4 hours again is what? 4, 8, 12 hours. So the next 12 hours, we can see this tapping out here, right? And it's starting to bend a little bit right here already, right? Which is telling me that it's getting a little bit of weakness. It might go a little bit slower up. And more importantly, right here, you see this? This red line here on your MACD is your red line. These are sellers, but these are buyers. You see how the buyers aren't coming in? They're slowing down right here. The buyers are slowing down. The volume is slowing down, right? So the buyers are coming less. But the sellers aren't coming in. The sellers aren't coming up yet. So this looks like it's going to slowly go sideways here, and it's going to start, finding its support, right? Its fair value price before it starts to pick up momentum. So this is all making sense now. And now when we go to our 2 hour, right? We take a look at the 2 hour. Where's the 2 hour? The 2 hour is already hitting the 100 line, right? So we're already pushing above our level here. We're starting to, come up here. And then once again, if I look, what are happening to my buyers on my 2 hour? The volume's starting to slow down. The sellers aren't coming in. So it means that if the sellers aren't coming in, it's going to be a small little pullbacks, nothing significant, right? Because it has to build momentum, but it's starting to, drip a little, right? They're starting to drip down, right? But this is two time frames in a row that the buyers are disappearing here, right? So now let's go to the 1 hour to solidify where we're at. We take a look at the 1 hour. Here our buyers are coming down again. We have our red candle coming in, but more importantly, the 1 hour RSI got rejected right there, right? So now we see this RSI push up. It got rejected on this big candle, and now we see that we're having our pullback, right? So that lets me know that at this point, when I've seen this RSI start to reject right there, that we're going to get some type of pullback on the 1 hour. And now, we have to determine how far that pullback's going to go, right? And we can determine that by looking at the previous support and resistance lines to give us an ideal, or a 200 moving average to give us an ideal of a bounce. And that's where we're kind of like starting to, paint our picture here. So now, to see how far a drop will go, right? So think of it like this. When you're going long, you start at the highest time frames, right? You need the 4 hour, the daily, the 4 hour, and the 2 hour going in your direction. And then from there, you want to trade on the 1 hour and the 30 minute in the same direction, okay? When you start to go short, when you start to go down, that's where you look at the 3 minute, the 5 minute, the 15, and then the 30, because it's going down. It's kind of like a prelude to the future of where it's moving. So if you can get your indicators, right? If you can get your relative strength index to all be basically bottoming out at the same time and starting to go up at the same time, the 4 hour, the 2 hour, the 1 hour, the 30, the 15, and the 5, that's going to be a huge pump at that moment, right? And you can bet the house on that trade, right? And you can do high leverage. You can take advantage of it. You stick that trade, and then when the 5 minute reverses, you get out of it, and you basically, you're kind of like, that's the way I like to trade. I like to trade when all my indicators are headed in the same direction, right? There's nothing fighting each other, right? When you go short, right, you go the opposite direction. When you go short, you start at the 3 minute, the 5 minute, right? The 1 minute, the 3 minute, the 5 minute, the 15, the 30. So you can see that the RSI is starting to pull back, which will basically say that the coin is starting to get weak. And then in the following hour, 2 hour RSIs, if that continues to get weak, then it's like a snowball effect. It start to come down, right? Make sense? So now that we see that we have the 1 hour pullback, we can go look at the 30 minute and realize that we're starting to see a 30 minute RSI having an issue here. You see that 30 minutes relative strength index right there starting to have a problem? That means that the pullback is getting stronger, right? And the buyers are disappearing here. So this just means that, and you can see here, the sellers are a little bit taller than the buyers. So right here on the 30 minute, there's starting to be a change in volume. That's starting to move in the opposite direction, which means this pullback could get all the way down to our target that we're looking for, the lowest target, right? This is how we can game plan our entry and say, well, how far am I going to get pulled back? Now, go to the 15 minute, right? Buyers, there's some buyers here. These are just limit buyers, kind of like staying in the little zone there. But the volume is lower and our RSI is coming down, right? So what is our 5 minute pullback? Our 5 minute pullback is when we get the 5 minute red moon, the trend, and then the RSI on the 15 minute is in the same direction, and the 30 is in the same direction. That's your 5 minute pullback. That's a strong pullback. So it looks like right in here, Adam is pulling back, which it is, but now we're gauging how far we're going to come back. And it looks like it's probably going to go down here to the 1122 mark, right? So that's how you can start. Do you understand what I'm saying right there, guys? Anybody in the Discord, do you understand what I'm saying right there?
Yeah.
Right, do you see how that's working, guys? Now let's go to futures. There we go. But you see how like we're building the momentum for this short? This short's going to start building its momentum, right? And I need to go to Adam. And since that short, it seems like it's going to be a move right there. You can take a little more high, like, you know, short position, like 100x or something like that, because you're seeing that the short is starting to come in there. And this looks like there we go. So this looks like that we're going to get that position that we're looking for. So right now we're currently looking for a better entry, right? Now, as we start to go down here, we're seeing our 15-minute. You see how that 15-minute crossed over right there? What's our 5-minute pullback, right? So let's go to the 5-minute pullback. Okay. So our 5-minute pullback, right, basically allows us to see a entry on a short, right? So what do? We go back to the 5-minute, right? This is one of our favorite trades. We need to post it and stay focused on it. This is probably the easiest short I've ever seen over and over again, right? So what's the 5-minute pullback, guys? We get a 5-minute push, right? Here's Adam pushing, right? Adam's pushing, and then finally, right, you see here, the push started here, no red moon, push, no red moon, no red moon, no red moon. And then all of a sudden we get a red moon right here, right? That red moon came in and the entry for a short was 11:34.34, right on this candle right here. So you had the red moon pop in, this candle right here, you can see your shorts kind of popping in, and that's where it's fighting its short, right? Now, what do we look at as soon as we get a red moon to determine our position as far as like, are we shorting or not, right? Once you get a red moon, you have to see how much the short is going to be, which is what? You go to the 15-minute RSI. So let's mark this 5-minute red moon here. All right, our 5-minute red moon here. All right, let's mark this up. So our 5-minute red moon pops up on the RSI at this level right here, right? So now let's go to our 15-minute to see if the RSI is agreeing with it, right? As we can see right here on the 15-minute, we did at a 15-minute RSI crossover, right? Which means good opportunity for a short, not too bad. It's in your favor. I like to go to the 30-minute, and for me, because I want extra confirmation, is I like to open the 5-minute short when the 30-minute RSI is also in agreement. Okay, so when you're going long, right? You want the 4-hour, the 2-hour, and the 1-hour RSI in your favor. And then the 30-minute RSI is how you enter the long trade. Okay? The opposite is this. When the 5-minute is going the other direction, right? So either the 3-minute, the 5-minute, the 15-minute RSI is in your direction, I trade off the 30-minute RSI. See how that works? That makes sense for you guys? So, if I'm trading long, I need the 4-hour, the 2-hour, the 1-hour RSIs all going in the same direction. Then I enter my trades when the 30-minute RSI is heading in the same direction, right? Once I get the fourth confirmation, which is the 30-minute, then I say, boom, the 30 minutes starting to bounce up. Let me go to my entry position. How do we enter a trade? We enter a trade in the 5-minute time frame, which means I would then go to the 5-minute time frame and wait for the 5-minute RSI, green moon, green trend, RSI to reset, and then I would go long. The opposite for the short is 3-minute is going RSI down, 5-minute RSI, has a red moon, the short. The 15-minute has to agree. And then my entry is when the 30-minute RSI starts to head down, okay? When the 30-minute starts to head down, then I would go back to my 5-minute entry time frame, the 5-minute entry time frame, and then I would enter my short trade. Okay? Do you understand? Confirmation on 3 levels. Final confirmation of direction is with the 30, right? 4 hour, 2 hour, 1 hour. 30-minute confirms it. 5-minute is the entry. Same thing on the short. 3-minute, 5-minute, 15-minute. We need the 30-minute to confirm it, and then we go back to the 5-minute to enter it, right? So currently, this particular short, which is called the 5-minute pullback, wouldn't be entered on the short position because even though it's set up on the 5-minute, the 15-minute, the 30-minute RSI is not heading down yet. So we do not enter this short until the 30-minute starts to head down, right? Then once the 30-minute time frame shows the RSI bending down, what do we do next, right? What do we do next? We go back to the 5-minute and confirm that all those directions are headed in the same way, and that is where we would enter our short. Okay, guys? Give me 1 sec. All right, guys. So does that make sense, guys?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Right, so we're always waiting for that last confirmation. For me, the most powerful RSI, because remember, what we're working in is a small little time frame, right? The 30-minute RSI. Remember, when I talk to you guys, I'm always like, yo, guys, trade with the 30-minute RSI, right? Because even if you're not checking all the other RSIs, if the 30 minutes in your favor, then more than likely, the odds of you in the right position is higher because you're trading with the 30-minute, right? See the 30-minute bend? Look at this short. See that 30-minute bend? See how that works?
There's got a little bend, but it's not heading down.
It's starting to get sale pressure, right? So now, for me, I look at that and I go, okay, we're starting to look at the bend, right? So now I go to the 5-minute, right? to see what the 5-minute agrees, right? So here's my red moon. What did I get? A red trend right there, right? See that? So for me, we're getting really close to a short here, right? See how it's starting to build momentum here? So remember, anytime you see a big candle movement, right, there's always a pullback. There's always that pullback that comes back and kind of eats up that wick, right? So the panic seller sold, triggered a bunch of buyers, or vice versa. Uh,
Would you wait till it's heading down, or until it bends like that?
yeah, I gotta wait for the confirmation, right? So I gotta wait for this to decide, because remember, we're waiting to get into an entry on a long here. So this pullback here is just kind of giving us an entry into our better like spot. So right now it's just fighting itself, it's just building its momentum and trying to get to its area. So remember, for us, we have an entry point already on a long set at 122, stop loss at 116. So right now we're just waiting for this to hit those positions, right? So it's not that big of a deal. We're just waiting for our long position to hit, right? If the long position doesn't hit, remember the first trade that we're in is what? A long. What's our long? Entry point for our long is set right here at 1122.6, right? 1122.6. You can do 1122.8 just to make sure you get it. And our stop loss would be 1116 if we do get that entry, right? So we're waiting for our entry right now into our long position. So it's not that big of a deal, right? But we are looking at where we're starting to see a lot of potential here that we're going to get that short to happen and actually get our entry. So we can set this up and say, okay, we're in this, we can forget it. It's not that big of a deal. Right? But it's starting to build momentum to where we're looking. Now, here's our 30 minutes. See our 30-minute crossover right there? That's the pullback. So here is where, you see right there, you see that 30-minute crossover right there? That's where I would go back to my 5-minute and I would say, okay, I'm going to enter a short now when the 5-minute RSI starts to bend south again, okay? So this is starting to actually build momentum towards the short right here. You see how this is working? So now that the 30-minute crossed and I'm starting to see the 5-minute bend down, you see how it's starting to bend right there? This is where I'm going to be looking for a short position in here. All right, so I'm going to let this little 5-minute RSI start to push up. But right here, I could enter a short right here because the 5-minute already pulled up a little and gave me some room to make on the pull, right? See that 30-minute cross? See right there? That's the entry right there. So the entry for this short for me would be 1133. I would be happy right there and I would say, okay, the odds of this going the way I want it to do is pretty good. And now all I have to say is, okay, where is it going to bounce on the 5-minute? That's going to be this area here. Now, we should have measured this out earlier because any type of trade that's about to happen, you always want to measure out, is it worth the trade, right? So let's go to this 200 moving average right here. And we can say to ourselves that if we get in at that 133, we're going to get a 0.5% move down, right? Which is, if I'm doing an 80x, right? Let's say we do a 90 or 100x short right there. That means if I this little pump down here that I'm going to take profits at 50%, right? That's the move, 50% right there.
So if you get in back down.
Yeah, so for me with that 133 right there as we start, yeah, so this I would be getting in the short right there, 133. See how it started to bend? So now my position is to play it, and this is where I say, like, is it worth the value, right? Now, overall, just looking at this trade, as I'm just looking at percentages right now. But if this trade falls down and gets to that 200 moving average right here, right? That's only a half a point, right? That's only 0.5%. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm doing an 80x, right, or 100x, that's about 30 to 40% profit, okay? So this is where you would say to yourself, is it worth the trade, right? When we want a 1% move. You see what I'm saying? Right? So a lot of times I would look at this trade and go, yeah, more than likely I'm going to hit this trade, but is it going to be a 2 times profit, right? So for instance, let's say this trade comes down and it only taps this little support line. You see how these 2 wicks are here? These 2 little wicks. It's already supported line twice right here, right? That's like a 0.25 trade, right? So it's already showed support in this area. It has support across this area here. And even if I got lucky and I got my best short possible, it would only be down to here to that moving average, which is only a half a point, right? So is it worth the risk of making this short, big dog? What do you think?
Half a point.
Yeah, it's a half a point. I mean, to me, it could be a big trade, but to me, the law of average, meaning that how many times if I make this trade, is it going to be valuable for me, right? In this trade, I would say, you know what? I'm not going to take this short, even though it could be very profitable for me in the long run, because more than likely, if it does if it does exactly what it's supposed to do, I'm only getting, half a point, right? I need a 1% move, because if a 1% move fails, then by default, I get a half a point, and on 100x short, that would give me 50% gains. You see what I'm saying? Now on this move, if this short happens, even if the best short scenario happens, what do I end up with? Half a point, which is 80% profits. And that's if it does well. Now, if this short doesn't do well and it bounces for some reason, or all of a sudden people started buying in there, half of 50 is 25, right? Even if I was doing a 100x, that's only a 20% gain, right? That's terrible. So this short I wouldn't take because it's not a 1% margin for me, right? But what I would do is I would stay here and go, okay, it does look like I'm starting to get momentum towards my entry position, right? So it's starting to look like I'm going to, get a better entry on that long. Remember, the original trade that we're waiting to get into is to try to get in on this level down here and get an entry at 1123, 1124, and take a long up to the next level, right? So that's how I would look at this short. I would say to myself, like, this short, even though I'm pretty sure we're going to get a pullback here, it doesn't really give me profit. You see what I'm saying? So that's where I would avoid this and go, okay, well, I'm not going to take a short here because it's really not worth any money. But now that I kind of see what's going on here, I could probably set a buy here and say that my long position for Adam is going to be this area right here off of this 200 moving average of the 5 minutes. So I could probably get in at this level here at 1126, 1127-ish, right? So that's what we're really looking for, is our better entry into a long position here, right? As we're working our way up, because it does look like it's building higher highs, higher momentum. So it does look like Adam does want to retest that 1150 line, right? So now it's a question of, like, where do we get in to take advantage of this this entry position? That's what we're looking at right there. Where's our best entry position on our trade, which is going to be that long, right? Is it going to be off these 2 wicks? Are these candles right here going to hold their support at 1129? That seems to be the average, price as you go across here. It looks like that might be the best entry price for Atom, right? So Atom might be sitting at its best entry price around this area, right? So this is our target right here. So far right now, we have our target set here at an entry at 1126 or 1122.6, right? Which we could get to, man. We could get to on a wick. All right, so I'm gonna set my buy for Atom, right? I'm gonna pull up my Atom price and I'm gonna put a buy for 1127. I'm gonna do a long position at that time. I'm gonna do a 50x. Might increase it because I do have a good stop loss there. Might increase that. Good support at that level. So I might get a little more frisky there and do like a 70, at least maybe a 50 to a 70x there, somewhere around there. But I'll just do a 50x just for student wise. 1127, and that's going to be the entry at that point. So that's going to be my long. All right, there we go. So that's kind of where we're sitting here and say, okay, man, we're gonna see if we can get a better price. But this is gonna let us know here if it keeps bouncing off this 1129 area, 1130, then that's gonna give us an idea and saying to ourselves like, maybe the best price here is that 1130 as we move forward, right? But currently, right now, we're just gonna set that limit buy. So we got a limit buy here for Atom. We're going long 50% X. Entry price. 1127. So that's what we're looking for right now. So we'll come back to this, but that's not a big enough short for us to make money. So it's not something that I would look into, but it does look like Atom wants to go on a long. All right. So let's go back over here. Now that we have Atom kind of like diced out, and you see here when we go recheck here, you see how it's fighting to get through this resistance. Now if we go back up to this 1135 mark and we fail to break through again, then we can start looking to get into a short at that area, right? So our short for Atom is going to be a better short would be 1135, and then we'd be looking to short all the way back down to its next support line, which is the 1123. You see how that works, big dog? Yeah, so that's where you want to be. You want to be getting the best value, right? So right now, if we look at Atom on a whole, right? Let's take a look at that. We have our 30-minute time frame starting to come down there. This thing is going to short and give us a position. Probably going to be a decent short here, but I mean, we're just looking for the entry at 1127 area. But the 1 hour, we take a look at the 1 hour. 1 hour is coming down. So it's all setting up to eventually run a cycle where we can get into a very good long position as we move forward, as long as the 2 hour RSI still stays moving up. Now, if we come back and check this Atom in the next 2 hours, and we have the 2 hour RSI starting to go down, and we start to see the 4 hour RSI starting to go down, then we would change our position overall and say, you know what, Atom has become a long to a short, and we'd be looking to take this short position at this level and getting through this first level, and then maybe possibly even getting down to this next quad level right here, this next support level right here. So that's how you view a coin, right? Coins go up and down. You never know what direction they're going to go. It all depends on the buyers. It's easier to short a coin than it is to long it. So right now, even though we're looking for this to go up to this level, I'm always going to be looking, saying, okay, if this all reverses, which, you know, it's only going to take an hour or two for Atom to get to the point where the 2 hour RSI is oversold or whatever. And at that point, we could be heading down to the next levels anyway. So anything can happen on this coin. It's just basically, it's confirming right now. We have no confirmations. Everything is waiting for our position. So now if we go here and we say, okay, what's going to happen in the next 2 hours? but that 2-hour RSI ends up getting at the top and changing direction, then we'll be going in a different direction with Atom. But until then, we have to wait here for confirmation. So you can set some alerts here. I think the alert that I would set here that I'd be looking to get in would probably be the 5-minute green moon. So I would set an alert here on the moon so that when the 5-minute moon goes green, I know that I'm back into a long position, and that would allow me to go back in there. If you want to take a closer look, go to the 3-minute and put the 3-minute crossing on, right? Set your alert, go to the 3-minute, click on that, click on your add alert, and that's it. Add your alert right there. That'll get you set up, and then just put the moon in there, the moon crossing. And when that goes into its direction, then we'll know. All right, so let me set this trade up here real quick. All right, so Atom. All right, so I'm gonna go to my 5-minute, and I'm gonna go to my moon. I'm gonna set my add alert, and I'm gonna look for the crossover, and I'm gonna go once per bar, and I'm just gonna put that as a moon 5-minute alert. I'm gonna create that, and then we're done. Okay, so when that green moon comes back in, I'm gonna get an alert to go look at Atom, and then I can go look at Atom, and at that point I can see whether or not we can get into a long position. All right, so now next coin we want to check out is let's see here. Let's take a look at Doge for the day, right? Doge has been kind of running hot. It's being manipulated right here. It's a hard coin to look at, but it is being manipulated. There is a lot of pressure on there. It is trending right now, so a lot of times good trending coins are great. And we can take a look here, and let's go to our 15-minute, and let's see what we're at here. First thing we go back here is Sunday the 26th at 4 p.m. right here, right? So there's our previous week high, and where's the next week here? Thursday, Friday. Here's our Saturday. Are we in Sunday? Here's our Sunday, Monday. That's where we're at right now. So all the way back. There we go. So now this coin has a little bit different, movement than Atom, because we had no real pumps on Doge prior to anything else, but we do have some support and resistance that we can throw in there. All right, so here's our Sunday to Sunday right here. Perfect. I'll take a look in here and see what we have. All right. So now let's map this out real quick. All right, there we go. And Dogecoin did have some previous highs and lows, and its previous high was right in this window here. Its previous lows were right about here. And that's kind of Dogecoin right there. So now we're going into this new week here. And we had a huge pump on Monday for no reason. Well, for Elon Musk, right? So now we have this new price development, right? Where it's looking for its new price, and then currently you have its low areas or support areas, which seem to be right in this little pocket right here. All right. So that's kind of where we're trading. And then what we want to do is take a look and get a middle ground for Doge, which seems to be right exactly where it's at right here. It's kind of fighting this resistance, little support area, support, resistance. So that's where Doge is right now. It's kind of in no man's land, right? So, and that's normal. This is normal to come in on a Tuesday and in a Tuesday afternoon, kind of look at your coins and go, okay, where am I headed here, right? So start of the week, we started to make our move across, and we had that big unnatural spike because of Elon Musk, spiked up, and now it's starting to range, right? Top range is here, lower range is here. And now we have to see where Doge is kind of like, where is it heading or what it's feeling, right? So we got our little move up, another pump, another pump, another pump, right? Now this is pretty one leg, two leg, three leg, fourth leg, and then we're starting to see this slow decline. And right now it's starting to reestablish itself. So in this zone here, so Doge at $9.5 to this area right here, which is 9.8. It seems to be the little window that it's in, right? Now, it's not a greatest window in the world because that, I don't know, there's too much percentages here. Let's take a look at the money. So from the bottom of this channel to the top of the channel that it's in, right? We're looking, it's not too bad, not too bad. That's why the lower caps, right? Lower cap coins, you can make a lot of money because it doesn't take a lot of movement to get here. So right now from this area here, if we're getting into a short into Doge off this area and it retests its previous 9.5, we're looking at a 3% move here. So we can go here and say, okay, this looks like Doge wants to go down here. Looking like it's having a nice little pullback, which it kind of seems like it's doing. We can look to get back into its 9.5 area, and we can make 3% here. So that's not bad on a 30x or 30, 60, 90. This could be a 90% move, right? So now that we have our gauge here, and it looks like that's kind of where we're sitting. We can take a look at the overall here on Doge. All right, so now we go over here. Let's remember the first thing we do here, guys, is what? Doge. All right, first thing we want to do is take a look at our daily, right? Take a look at the daily. Daily's starting to bend. So daily's starting to get a little bit of weak here. It hasn't crossed over, but it's not getting any stronger. Take a look at the 4 hour, right? Take a look at the 4 hour. Oof, the 4 hour RSI is headed down. Okay, so now we have a downward trend, right? We have a downward motion here. That's not the greatest thing in the world. You want to see if you're looking for a coin to go up. And the buyers are coming in. So we have a little bit of a divergence here. We have buyers and volume starting to sneak in here, but the relative strength index is kind of coming down here. So that's what we're looking at. So that's where we're seeing this little push up. So let's go to the 2 hour. 2 hour RSI starting, it's already halfway down. So which means we could be seeing a reversal of a push over the next 4 to 6 hours, right? And let's kind of see where we're at right now. Buyers coming in. So these are buyers are coming in here. Unlike Atom, remember on Atom, everything was kind of like buyers were going away. Buyers are coming into Doge here, right? So look, here we go. 1 hour RSI. Hit the bottom. It's starting to move up. This is where we're getting our pump, right? And let's take a look at our buyers. Volume's coming in, but it's starting to fade away here. So it's kind of like FOMO, little people coming in, buying their little bags, giving away Doge on Twitter, stuff like that. So it's kind of getting weak here. So we're starting to see that overall there's a little bit of strength in the middle. The overall daily is getting weak. Whew. There's some buyers that are, that were showing up on the later time frames that, were coming in, and that basically comes from the earlier time frames, right? So now the earlier time frames aren't continuing the higher time frame sentiment, right? Meaning that there's some buyers coming in, but the 1 hour is starting to show that the buyers are starting to lose volume, right? So that means that we can trigger here and go, okay, we're probably in the process of starting to get, heading in the other direction of this trade, right? So this could be coming a short here. So now we go to the 30-minute. Where's your 30-minute RSI? Your 30-minute RSI is starting to bend already. And once again, looks like we're getting weak again on the RSI. So it looks like we're going to have a pullback here, right? But this pullback might be a lot better than we thought, because look right here, we have a rejection, right? Anytime you get a rejection on your QQE, right, or any type of your MACDs or whatever, and your money starts to reject right there, that's going to be where you're going to look for a short entry, right? And now look at our 30 minutes starting to bend. So it's starting to show us that, you know, this is starting to look like a moment where we're going to see some price action here. So it's starting to heat up, right? So buyers are coming down a little. It wants to break up. The RSI is bending a little here. And then just to remind myself, I go back to the 1 hour and I see the 1 hour still coming up. So there's room to run here. I go back to my 2 hour. 2 hours starting to bend here. It's not going straight down. So that looks like, it does look like there are buyers here. People are still biting at the dog. So this is just a slight pullback here, right? So now we start saying, okay, now are we going to have a pullback? A little bit of a pullback. Is it going to be worth any money? Not the way Doge is looking. It looks like we're probably going to get this little reversal here right now, right? So now we get to our 30 minute and say, okay, what are we doing for the next hour and a half, right? What are you going to do, dog? All right, boom, here we go. So it looks like our buyers are coming out, but normally when it comes down, it's going to push to retest. So let's see here. We're starting to move up on our RSI. And we're sitting in this little zone here that, you know, here's a 30-minute green trend, right? So trend comes, green moon comes, we could see a push here. So it's starting to heat up. Okay, starting to heat up here. There was this big candle here, right? It could be a big buyer. Now we go to the 15-minute to kind of get a hold of things, right? And we're starting to see our little 15-minute RSI starting to pull back here. So that means we're going to be looking, if we're thinking long here, which we are kind of thinking long here in a minute here, or a good position for a short here, we're going to have to run a cycle here. This RSI in the 15 minutes starting to come down. So now let's take a look at the 5 minute, right? Are we in a 5 minute pullback? Is that what we're in? Okay, here we go. 5 minute pullback. Here's our red moon on our 5 minute pullback. Volume is going kind of like sideways. Let's take a look at the RSI once again. Here's your RSI coming down on the 5 minute. We need to go to the 15 minute RSI. It just broke through right there, which is okay. Now the 30 minute has to agree. The 30 minute hasn't crossed over yet, but it looks like it's heading that way. So it looks like we're doing the same thing on Atom. It looks like we're going to get a pullback here. So that's what we're looking at. So now that we know that we're getting a pullback in the next 30 minutes or something, what we're going to do with Doge in the long run, right? What is Doge going to do in the long run? Is it going to continue short or continue long? So now that we've kind of gone through our time frames, we see that there's a pullback that's coming in here. How much is it worth, right? So first thing I got to do is check like the money side, and I go to my position. I say, all right, if the 5 minute pulls back to the 200 moving average, I don't need that. If the 5 minute pulls back to the 200 moving average, how much is that worth? Go here to your moving average, click up. If we get a pullback from this level right here, it's 1%. That I'll take. That looks like a good pullback. So on this one, you can actually go to your trade and say, okay, I'm definitely going to be looking for a Doge opportunity, maybe for a short here, because if I can get it to pull back to that 200 moving average, the difference is down to here is about a 1%. So if I look at Doge and I say, okay, I'm going to look at Doge for a entry into a short here, and I do an isolated short at something like, I don't know, 96x, and you go for that short position right there, right? Hopefully I don't miss this. All right, so say we jump in this short position, right? So I jump in this short position, and the reason why I'm jumping in this short position as I start to move through is because I feel like there's some potential to get to that 200 moving average, right? So my 15 minute crossed over. And remember, when I was looking at my 30 minute, it was starting to get to a crossover, right? You see how it bent down? So this is why I jumped in a short. Now, the reason why I'm taking this short over the Atom short is because this short has a potential to actually dump down to a 5 minute RSI, which is, where are we at? The 5 minute 200 moving average, which is right here, which gives me a 1% move. So if I do 100x, that's where I'm going to see a 53% gain. So I'm going to show you on TikTok, guys, right there. You see what happened right there? There you go. What's that right there? 100% gains right there. You see that? Bada boom, bada bing, right? And I'm going to post this, guys, for you guys on there. And that's how we take advantage of a quick move. But there has to be a reason. Now, another reason why we're taking this trade here is because we had our 4-hour RSI. So I'm going to go back and walk you through that real quick. But there you go. What did we hit? We just hit our moving average at our 200. That's going to be a closeout right there. Instant close. And this could be a big dump here. Yeah, boom. We broke through that 200 moving average. Look at this, guys. There's a Doge short. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we're going to close some of this position out here. That's what I'm talking about, guys. That's a 233% gain right there, guys. Do not jump into what we are already seeing falling. This thing is going insane. All right, price right here. Let me take some profits. 0.955. Quantity of Doge. We're going to take 50%. Come on, man. Come on. Come on, man. Come on, man. Look at that, 250%. We're taking profits here, guys. 257%. Let's go. Let's go. Now that's how you sting them right there, boys. 275%. 275. All right, that's a huge dip. Let's instant close this bad boy. Instant close. Why get greedy? Boom. There you go, boys. There you go, boys. What do you know about that? All right, you see that? See how that goes? 236%, guys. Woof. Woof. Let's go, Woofy. Nice. Nice. Now, VC, why did we take this club? Why did we take that short right there, VC? Right? You got to make quick decisions. Way to be. Wait to be. Hold on, guys. All right, so why did we take that right there, right? Here's your strong low, right? You see how we hit our strong low right there? Right, that means that Doge is probably going to pump right back up on top of its own move right there. All right, let me get out of this. Let me get out of this. Latest move. Rotate this up. Let's see if we can regain some of that. Shit. All right, so let's see if we can ride this bad boy back up, right? Now we know that short was going to hit a pinnacle and then ride back up, right? Here we go. Here's our ride up. Let's go, let's go. So now we jump in on that reversal of the long. We got in right here. Okay, and we're going to make a little money here. All right, there we go. 20% already on the money. 23%. Okay, so now we're riding the 5 minute, right? You see this 5 minute pullback right here? Now, I'm going to go back over that short trade as soon as I get out of this long trade here. Right? And all that happened on that short trade, guys. All that happened was the knowing the information that we collected as we just went through a quick trade there. So we're looking for this 5 minute. If we can get this 5 minute to break this moon right here, this 5 minute moon hits here, we're going to see a nice little pump here. All right? Come on, come on. Moon reversal, right? Moon reversal. Green moon, green trend. Red moon, come on, green moon, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on now. Now it's fighting the 200, right? I should take profits around this zone here at the 90.9665 area. but I feel like it's going to break. Now, the second thing I got to look at here is a 15-minute RSI. Still slightly coming down, but it's starting to bend. So we're going to break through this real quick. Come on now. Come on now. And I'm using the profits I just made to make the reversal on the long here. So house money right here. All right, 15 minute, 30 minute, starting to bend sideways. See how that's bending? There you go. There's the pump right there. Boom. Volume on the 30 minute. Here we go. Come on. Come on, man. Break through. Come on. Now, let's take a look here real quick. Let me take a look at my hour. My hour's starting to go sideways. I don't like that. That's not the greatest thing in the world, but we have time. The 2 hours still heading down. So overall, we still have our 4 hour down. I'm going to take the profits here on this 20%. And basically because everything else is in a short position, I can't break this 5 minute right here, 9662. So what I'm going to basically do is I'm going to slide down to my 1 minute, right? And basically look here and go, all right, if the 1 minute moon, right? Here's our 1 minute moon. If we can't break this 9.7 here on this 200, right? So here's the RSI. See the 1 minute RSI starting to bend down? That looks weak. I'm going to instant close right here. Instant close, bada boom. I'm going to take that right there. So 20%. And now Doge is basically going back into a short, guys. Okay, so how did we... All right, so there we go. We continued with our short here. Extra short money right there, guys. Now, how long is this short going to continue, right? That's kind of like the question. I take my profits and I get out. Now, another thing that you can do if you want to extend a rally, right? Extend a rally. I always take my profits because there's always this pullback that happens and you never know who's going to start buying the pullbacks. But on this big pullback, you could have went into another short, and that short you would hold, right, until you get a green moon on your 3 minute right here. That's kind of what that is right there. Right, so a lot of times, guys, you can continue on with your short and you say, yo, VC, where do I get out of my short? Well, I mean, if you want to be greedy, you wait for the 3 minute right here, the 1 minute. You know, the 1 minute's already green, which means that, you know, the short could be coming to an end here, right? That's another reason I kind of take my profits on those big dumps, just because, I mean, once you've made your money, then you've made your money, right? But you could ride this. This looks like it eventually is going to start to kind of pull up here. I mean, it's got to hit levels here, right? So, you know, if you hold this short position, you would just hold it until you have a 3 minute green moon, right? That's kind of where you would go with that. I don't know how that's going to play out for you, but to me, that's where I'm more about taking those profits and running than dealing with extended trades. I mean, that's just kind of how I am. Because you never know what's going to happen here, right? Because people can come in, see this dip, get excited. They can be like, oh man, there's a dip on Doge, right? And they can start like changing the direction. If you're in a long time moment for Doge there, it does look like it's going to continue to fall here. You know, the week low is that 9439 area, right? We did break below the moving average at 200. So everything is in your favor. So if you want to hold this short longer, I would say go off of the 3 minute. And then if the 1 minute moon turns red, right, that's really what you want to happen. When the 1 minute moon goes red, which you hope happens right now, then you would continue to hold until that 1 minute moon goes back to green, right? Let's see if it breaks. It's fighting right now, man. Get excited, guys. And target for, there we go, it broke, red moon. So now you can continue the short until the 1 minute moon turns green, right? Yeah, that's fight, bro. It's a fight right here, bro. Now, is everything in your favor, guys, right? We're going to walk through this trade again in a minute. I'm just trying to, like, for the guys that are in the short, we're watching. You have a 30-minute RSI. It's still going down. You have a 15-minute RSI still going down. You have a 1 hour RSI bending down. So this could get into a real short here, but trade with the 30-minute. The 2 hour RSI is going down. So you're looking good on holding this long here, right? The 4 hour RSI is going down. So what do you have? Right? So why, VC, why did you make that short trade, right? So go back to the video and watch, right? So the first thing I did was I took it the daily. Guys, if you want to talk to me, jump into the Discord. Come over here. I'm live on Discord. Come talk to me and let's go over this trade, right? So if you're inside the Discord, go to my Discord. The link is in my bio. Join the link in the bio. And don't forget to hit likes there. We gotta get the comments up here. Get some likes going, guys. Get some likes going. Hit the like buttons here, guys. Oh, man, we have everybody in here. Alf's in here. Dish. Guys, what are you doing, man? Speak up. Leon, what's going on, man? Speak up, boys. Dish, what's going on, big dog? Eric P's and Jazz. Perfect, guys. Perfect. Guys, if you're in the Discord, talk, man. Speak. Get some questions. Let's go back over this trade and see where we're at as far as like how we're looking and what we're looking at. All right, so why did we take the trade? Why did we look at that move, right? So first of all, let's go back to where we were, right? So the ideal was when we started seeing Doge, right? The first thing, go back to the video, we looked at the levels of Doge, right? So when I mapped out Doge, I had my levels mapped out here, right? And I kind of, when I first started, here's my top, here's my middle support, here's my bottom support, which is what we're hitting right now, right? If we break through this, guys, we're going down to this next level here. This next level of support is right here. So if we break this, we're going to head down to this next level, right? This next level here. Now, the problem is, oh shit, Adam, guys. Adam just triggered my long. So I got an entry at 11:27 on Adam. Let's go. All right, so we'll go back to Adam and we'll check that out, man. What's the name of the indicator? What up, baby? So, yeah, big dog, you need to be able to. So, guys, this is a journey of trading, right? So if you want to learn to trade, guys, you want to get in there. I'm going to be, you know, we have some simple things that you can do, but I think right now what we're going to do is dig in a little bit more here to teach you guys, at least if you have targets, right, an ideal of where things are going, what's going to happen, then you can kind of have the ideal of what you want to trade, right? So like Adam, we knew that we wanted an entry at 11:27 when most people would have entered a lot higher. Now, what that allowed me to do, I have a 51X on Adam that I'm entered at 11:27. That allows me to have a stop loss at 15 or 20%. And even on the jump up, I can gain 30 to 40% gains on there. So my Adam coin is actually triggered a start, and that's where we're at. So VC, let's take a look here and go back to what we were looking at, right? So before the Doge trade happened, what was I looking at? I leveled out my levels. I knew I had a bottom, and then I saw right here that Doge was fighting this level, right? So I knew mentally that Doge was sitting on a level, right? And it was having trouble breaking the level, right? So remember, we were kind of looking at that. That's what we were looking at, was this support line right here. And this, look over here where it got rejected last time. It got rejected here and had a big dump, and then it had to sit on top of it here before it broke out, right? So you see here, it got rejected, right? See the rejection right there? There's the rejection, right? And then it sat on top of it before it had its run, fell below it here, right? And that's where it's continuing its movement here, right? And then basically, you know, that's kind of history, right? So Once again, it came down, tested, which it's doing right now, came back up, rejected, and because it was rejecting here, I knew in my head that I was probably going to get a short out of this. Now I just had to go look at the fundamentals, right? Where's the short going to go to? Look at it. Hit our target exactly, guys. 94.86. If we fall below this 94.86, we're headed to the next level here, guys. Guys, the indicators that we use are in the academy. If you have any more questions about indicators on TikTok, go to the Discord. The link is in my bio, and we can answer those questions for you. All right, so see this big, huge fall we had? That's a huge engulfing candle. We're sitting right here right now. Guys, I'm up 3% on my Atom trade. All right, so here we go. Now, the question is, theoretically, if we can't break through this line and we're getting this resistance, we're going to go back up to this line here, right? So why did I make the trade? Because when I went over here and I started to look at this, right? I looked at my daily and I looked at my daily thing and I seen the daily was getting weaker. But Doge, we might hold Doge because look at the daily. The daily was getting weak. Remember I said the daily looks terrible. This is not good looking for a coin. Then I went to the 4 hour. The 4 hour RSI already crossed, right? So you see that cross right there on that RSI. Then I went to the 2 hour and I seen that the 2 hour was heading down too. And I was like, yo, this is a short position. And then I seen where, but what we were looking at, there was buyers coming in at that time. There were buyers starting to show up. And we were looking at the 1 hour and the 1 hour was moving up. And I was like, all right, we're going to have, this is where we're getting this little push that we're trying to break the resistance, right? Then we went down to the 30 minute and my 30 minute, right, was about this area here and it was heading up, right? And we've seen our buyers starting to head up. Now, what did I always say? On the 30 minute, anytime you see this, the buyers reject off the sellers, then you're going to have this dump come in, right? Now, this is where we have to determine, are we going to hold this particular trade and go back up and ride this up right here? Because this is where Doge could have a big pump right here, right? So Doge could come in here and look to regain its position, which is that top level, right? And that's what it, you know. Here's our 30 minutes starting to change direction here again. So we could be looking to get into a buy zone, maybe in this area here, and go back to our Doge thing and say, okay, Doge is going to run itself back up to this 988. So let's go over here to Doge. We don't have the best entry in the world here, but we're going to do a small 18%. We're going to go long. All right. Now let's go look for a Doge entry for a long here. All right, let's go look at Doge. All right, so is Doge going to push back up to its level, right? That's what it seems like it's going to do because it just rejected twice here, refused to go down below. But before that, let's go back to this short trade, right? The short trade was coming up. It was rejected. That's when I said this looks like a 5-minute pullback. So what did I do? I went to the 5-minute pullback, right? Where am I here? I went to the 5-minute pullback, right, guys? And on the 5-minute pullback, when I looked at the 5-minute pullback, there's your pullback right there. Remember? We pulled up the 5-minute pullback, and I said to myself, like, all right, this is starting to look like a 5-minute pullback. Here's your red moon. I looked here, right? That's where we were at this candle. Then I said, all right, now the 15-minute has to agree. It was agreeing it was starting to come down, right? It agreed with it, right? So that now that I had that agreement, I said, as I like to trade when the 30-minute makes the decision, right? So you guys can see the 30 minutes started to bend right there. And that's where I made my short decision to get in Doge short, right? Go back, watch the video. And then we took advantage of that short position and we rode that down. So that's what happened to get our Doge short, right? That's how we played it. Very simple. Everything was setting in that level. Now, the thing about Doge is, all right, so now the thing about Doge is still headed down in a 30-minute down position, right? So before we even think about doing any type of long on Doge, we need the 30-minute to start to head the other direction, right? Second thing we need to do is we need the 15-minute to start to show us that the 30-minute is thinking about heading in the other direction, which is kind of the issue here. All right, so now the 15-minute has to start heading in the other direction. And then we need the 5-minute to confirm. The 5-minute is coming up a little bit. So it looks like it's starting to finally level out here. So now when we take a look at Doge, we can start to see that it's finding this level here about 94.90, 95 cent area. This is looking like a buy zone area right here, which would be our little target where we thought we would dump down to, back up to where we were, which is about 3%. So that's kind of what we're looking at here. So higher highs, higher lows. We're getting our higher highs. 5-minute. Now what I don't like here is, you know, right here, the 5-minute buyers got rejected again. Look at that, the rejection again. So we could see more pullback here. So before we go into a long and say, okay, is Doge going to reclaim its previous position, right? This means that we're going to stay in our, still thinking short until we can get an entry position, right? Now, so far we have a red moon, but we don't have a red trend, right? So that red trend hasn't changed on the 5-minute, which means that there's still strong buyers. There's still some volume here. Even though the volume is starting to go negative, it's not looking like the greatest moment for Doge to actually go back up to the next position. It is starting to, the momentum here is starting to say that, hey, maybe this is the end of Doge right here, right? Once again, we go to the daily. Is the daily crossing? Oof, it does look like it's going to cross. The 4-hour again, I look again, 4 hours still going down, right? So this is still the trend, right? The trend for Doge is still down, right? Right? Still down, right? This is still down, right? So here, your downward trend, 2-hour downward trend, still down. So no matter what, this is looking like a short for Doge again, no matter what. And now we just have to figure out, like, okay, are we going to buy here eventually, or are we just going to ride this short? 1 hour is about to cross over and start to head down, and then the 30-minute is still heading down. So we're still in a short here, even though we have a green trend. The 30-minute green trend kind of lets us know that there is some volume right there, but that was that huge little buy spike that was coming in right there, and then they dumped it. So that was a nice little pump and dump that triggered that green trend. We should be getting a red trend pretty soon. Now on the 15-minute, starting to head down. We're still headed down. A bottom of our 15-minute RSI is at that level right there. We got a red moon. If we get a red trend, we're going to be continuing the momentum on the down position. So once again, red moon, boom, boom, here we go, still red. 5-minute RSI is going to have its little push and then continue down. So right now, Doge is in a downward trend, right? So overall, Doge is a short overall, right? So if you're playing something like, let's say you're a hodler, or you're looking to get into a position where you want to accumulate the most Doge coins, right now you would sell your Doge and you would wait for the 4-hour, the daily RSI to kind of like reset the 4. There's our 5-minute red trend. This is going to dump. All right, this is going to go down. So it's building its momentum towards a down. So Doge looked like it's going to continue down, but that's why we made that trade that we made, and we're able to score right there. So there's our 230% trade, right? Now it took a little bit of time to get there, but that's all we needed to do. So what did that do for us? That created a $50 bag, which basically it's always half of everything you do, right? So that's like 100% win, right? So even though you have a 200x, 50% of that kind of goes away to where we look at it like, you know, fees, trading, stuff like that. So that was a nice trade to get in there. So that's 100% gain, which means that gave us an extra bag for the day, which allows us to, you know, look for, you know, an extra trade if we're in a trade already. So the way you want to set it up is I trade set amount of bags, right? Meaning like if you have a $500 bag, then I have $500 bag, $500 bag, $500 bag, right? When you get to a higher level, when you've got 10 grand extra that you can in your trading bag, you can do $500 bags. But until then, you want to practice on building a $10,000 trading bag. You divide your trading bag into soldiers, right? Your soldiers are $50 soldiers, right? $50 soldiers. So take your $50 soldiers and you send your soldiers out to go work, right? And these soldiers' job is to come back and basically create the soldier's job is basically to go out there and create continuation gains for your army, right? So, so if you can get your army to go out there and create gains, right? So each one of your trades, right? So I'm gonna do the little strategy. We'll take a look in there. I'm gonna break that down in another video. The next video I make is gonna be the trade analysis, right? $50 bags, right? But it's a quick breakdown. $50 bags. You can put them into a trade. You can set buy limits, buy profit taking, stop limits, etc. Right? So if you have a $50 bag and another $50 bag, you can be in a trade. Like right now, I'm in an Atom trade and I'm also in a Doge short. Right? So there's my two bags being divided up. And kind of seeing what happens with them, right? Now the ideal is to averagely have your bag create a 30 to 50% gain, right? Which is always do halves, right? So you're not over expectating yourself, right? Which means that if you take a trade and you have your 25% bags, right? So every $50 bag that you can do a 50x on or a 100x, but just forget about the 230% gains. Let's just focus on how to be consistent. And yeah, we're about to break through this level here. And being consistent on your trades, right? By patiently waiting, right? And I have a video. I'm gonna make a video called like, the we're just gonna basically, it's the 4x4 system, right? How to double your bags every 30 days. It's real simple, right? And the process here is. This is a big push here. See this big fall down here? That's a big push down. And there's a lot of people that are buying Doge at this level, which is insane. But that just lets you know, like when a coin is trending, it's really, really hard to get it to fall through its levels because there's so much FOMO, right? And right now, Doge is like XRP. XRP should have crashed 17 times. It just refused because so many retail investors that aren't good traders were just buying the dip, right? Eating up the dip, right? And just keeping the belief, those diamond hands, right? And eventually they get shit on. But, right now, that's what Doge is experiencing, is that it has this push and everything's happening and it should be just falling through, but they're just buying the dip, man. They're eating up the dip right now, guys. So that's why another reason why I took that huge short, I took my profits, because everything bounces, guys. You got to stop thinking that. If you think about how many times you guys had big wins and you didn't take profits and then it went back to a negative position. Think about all that extra money that you could have had trading in other bags. But because you didn't take the profits, you gave up that position, right? So it's kind of how that goes, right? So right now, Doge is, like I said, Doge is sitting. The reason why we're having this big fight here is go back to our resistance lines, right? Go back to our support lines, right? These support lines, boom, Doge hit those support lines. This looks like Doge wants to go back up on its move, and continue its move upwards, right? So that's kind of where Doge is sitting, where it's looking like it wants to reclaim its little area here and head back up, you know, eventually, right? So a good entry here is probably 95.16 area that we keep touching. And then since it's, see how many times it sit there? Bang, 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 right? I mean, it's hit there so many times. And look at this, bang, 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 right? And then that we see the volume just start to, you know, slowly walk its way back up. So our position is this, right? We need Doge to break below this position. Otherwise, it's considered a long until it breaks this line. So your stop loss 94.90, this area right here, that stop loss right there, that's kind of like your zone right there. That stop loss below there right now is Doge's stop loss. If you go into a long, you can get a long position here and just wait for Doge to rebuild, right? Because that's kind of what it's looking like here. But we can't make any of those long decisions until our RSIs start to move in the position of that scenario, right? So let's go back here. So obviously we're starting to hit some walls here. Our 15-minute RSI, where is it? Starting to bottom out, okay? Not too bad. So we're starting to see where we're going to go sideways. The 30-minute RSI is starting to bend. We have that green trend. The green trend lets us know that we're getting some buys in here. So the FOMO is coming in on Doge, right? So here you go. People see this big dip. They're probably going to eat this dip up because they feel like it's going to 13 cents. That's the sensitive on the street. Now we're looking at this movement here that the 1 hour is at the bottom. So there's plenty of room to go up here. So our real key here is watching the 30-minute. The 30-minute is bending. Like you see how it's coming down here? So if we go back and take a look just to peek at the 30-minute when it was sort of in the same position, it moved. There was a big pump. There was there, and then it finally dumped, right? And that's kind of where we're at right now. It looks like we're repeating the same thing. So there was a green trend. The RSI was coming down, and that goes. So we're going to hold the, you know, the position that this should short down here, right? This should, you know, set itself up. We're up 6% on that atom move, guys, right? So it should kind of short down here. That was the last time it did that. And see how this move here? Boom, boom. We had a green trend. It pumped really hard, right? Which looks like it's trying to do right now. Had a really big pump, and then it had another crash, and it finished it off. So that's kind of where we're at right now. It looks like it's trying to get its big pump in here before it continues down, right? The difference is the volume at that time. There was volume over here during that RSI movement. There was volume, but now we're at the lower end of the volume here. So we're not too worried about that big pump because we're seeing that it's not as big as it was, right? Now, this is how you can go back and kind of look. Now, what I'm looking at, guys, is the scenario of where was the 30-minute? You see, here's your 30-minute, and it looks just like this area right here, right? See that 30-minute right here? The difference is what happened at those time frames. This time when the RSI was at this level and it started to break down, we can see that it had a nice pullback in the very beginning, right? And then what happened was, as it started to pull back, there was a bump, right? There was a buy, like a bunch of buys came in, right? That's because people are buying the dip. And at that point, there was a lot of green volume when that happened, and that's where we got that pump. And you see how long that candle is? You see how big that candle is right there? See how big that candle is right there, right? It's because of all this green volume right here, right? Boom, there's the buy of the dip. And then after the buy, everyone's like, oh, hit that top again. And what they do? They sold. Boom, and there you go. The rest of that 30-minute RSI came down, and it finished its short, and then it started one more last little push pump, and then it literally just crashed on us, which is what we saw right there. Now, as we go over here, we can see that this candle right here, which is that push candle in the middle of the RSI coming down, right? You guys see that? The middle of the RSI coming down is this candle right here. The only difference is, look at the difference in the body of the candle, right? So much more volume here. This has no volume, right? That's the difference. That's why holding the short on Doge is more of the ideal of winning here because the volume is completely different. So if this continues to fail to get volume, traders are looking at this volume, and if they say, man, there's nobody buying this, they're going to sell their position. And they're going to say, I'm going to basically sell here because I need to reposition for Doge. And the reposition for Doge is on its next support line, which is what? This right here, 94.98, right? So we're going to get another short here on Doge. And if it doesn't hold, if it doesn't, support here again, then we could see that nice little dump all the way back down to 92. So we're looking to get below the support line. That's what we're looking to do right here. We're looking to get below the support line. Right there. That's that support line right there. That's what we're looking to get below. Right? But people are buying the dip right now. This is where you're in the middle of a bunch of inexperienced traders buying this dip, and they're trying to create volume here, right? So that's why we're watching this 30-minute here, because we need to see if this 30-minute can create volume. Adam, we're looking for it to go to its line, remember? We have our stop loss. We're looking for Adam to hit that 1150 mark. And Doge here is starting to build its momentum right here. It's starting to build its little push right here. Right, so we're still green. Everything's still pushing. Let's go to the 15-minute. 15-minute RSI is starting to bend. Look at here. We're starting to bend up. It didn't even bottom out. It didn't even bottom out yet. So if it doesn't reject off itself right here and continue down, then this is looking like a really nice, what they call consolidation area, right? Which is just a trend. This is just trending in this area. So this is where we need to start thinking, all right, if we're going long on Doge, we need to get in Doge around 95.13. We need to get on this wick right here, or in this area here, 94.40. This would be our long area if we're going long on Doge, right? Because we're thinking that the resistance line is going to hold up. So let's go back to our 5-minute here, right? So right now our 5-minute, now we start to say, all right, we're going to wait for, we need this to end. We need the short to end here. So we come across, the volume's still low. The 5-minute RSI is pushing up, but that's kind of a weak push, man. Right? We're looking to go long on Doge as soon as we can get out of this short, Windward. We're seeing if it can recover and actually make a move. But I mean, remember guys, the 4-hour, the 2-hour, and the daily are all weak, right? So it's a trending coin, and there's a lot of people in the interest, and what they're doing is they're waiting for the dips to buy, and this is how retail investors get wrecked. You're witnessing right now. Retail investors are being FOMO'd in, and this is the FOMO in moment, right? We're in this little FOMO channel where they're buying the dip, and then the people who bought early at 6 cents, 7 cents are selling on these people as they buy the dip, and we're having this little movement here because everything says that it is overbought. Why are you buying Doge when the daily is overbought? Why are you buying Doge when the 4 hours overbought? Why are you buying Doge at its highest peak? Retail investors get wrecked all the time, and this is part of them being, wrecked, which is okay because we're gonna make money on that shit. Till you understand what's happening out there, right? Because they'll pile all their money in here and they'll be like, man, we're going to 13 cents, and they could, but the odds are that they don't, right? You don't want to be in a might situation. For every, underdog story, there's, 1,000%, 10,000% the other direction, right? So right now, this is where we're seeing the fight between retail FOMO versus reality. Right? Who's going to win? Man, we don't know yet. We got to sit back and watch. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. So, but they can push a coin. They can move a coin. Elon Musk can move Doge, right? Elon Musk can move Doge. That's the difference. And that's what they're trying to do. Do. Are they going to reject out the 5-minute 200? That's what we're about to see. Bow, 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 bow. Are we going to reject off the 200? If it doesn't reject off the 200, then we're heading the other direction. Woo! The power of Elon Musk. Musk, baby. Musk. Now, Bitcoin is also hot in the market, right? So Bitcoin's having a big week too. So, with Bitcoin and Doge both having a big week, it could be some serious fireworks here. Could be some fireworks here. So guys, this is where we're at right now. We're waiting for confirmation of the crazy people in retail. Are they going to push a needle? Is this dip far enough to buy? Which it was a pretty big engulfing candle, which could make a lot of people say, I've been waiting for that to happen. All right. Which is all right, man. Guys, listen, market caps are not hard to move, right? A couple $100,000 and Doge would jump to 11 cents or 10.5 cents. So now we're just waiting here to see where we roll, right? So for me, Doge is at the bottom of its little channel, right? So for me, Doge is probably going to run all the way back up here to 9885, right? So it looks like we're starting to see higher highs, which we have. We have a higher high and we're seeing a lower low. So if this lower low confirms, right? This is our confirmation, right? You guys ever heard people say that? Higher high, higher lower lows. So what we're going to do is go to the 15-minute here and we're looking for higher highs and lower lows, right? So we're starting to see higher highs and lower lows. So it looks like, the animals that love Doge, looks like they're starting to move the momentum. Now, the interesting thing here is the lines that we drew earlier, the support and resistance lines. We had a nice entry point if we would have been like, you know what, I believe in Doge. When we had that huge short that hit, that second candle that came down, we could have got into a long on Doge at 95.95 and just been holding this entire time, right? So you can always wait for what's called, confirmation. First move, there's a pump, it retouches confirmation, it pumps up again. On this third move down, you enter on the next green candle, which would have been in this area here at about 95.85. That would be your long position, and then your stop loss would be slightly below the line that it uses to use as support, right? And that's a trade that you can make. And the trade is worth making because, remember, it's all about odds, right? And trying to, talk about all these other things that we get in there. Sometimes I kind of like, I'm not in full trader's mode because I'm, in educational mode. And right here we see this pullback, and then it touched again. All right, so we touched it once, we touched it twice. The third time we should have set a buy order, right, which would have been off the bottom of this line. And then we just say, okay, I'm gonna take this risk because what are we doing? We're just taking risk anyways, right? But that risk is a 4% move, right? So if you do a 30x at that time, right? Let's say you jump in Doge and you go like, all right, I'm doing a 30x here, right? The possibility over the next 3 or 4 days that Doge fights this level and works its way back up, right? Or if it falls down, you have a stop loss set at a 15% loss, right? 15 to 20% loss, depending on where that is on that level. But you have the best entry possible for a long if it happens, right? So theoretically, if you say to yourself, all right, man, this move is worth 4%, that's huge, right? That's 30, 60, 90, 120% gain. Or if you run a 50x like we do, this is a 200% gain, right? So either way, that's a huge momentum move opportunity. And so your loss is 15%, 20% on the stop loss, right? So on a $50 trade, you're giving up 20% for the loss, right? Or the possibility of winning has to be 3 to 4 times that, right? Which means it has to be 100% wins in that area. Is it? Yes, it's 50, it's 200%. It's twice as much as that you need to enter this trade. Your trade needs to be 25% loss, 100% win. Those are your trades, right? Those are your targets. These trades we can enter. If it's a 200% gain with a 25% loss, that's the trade I love. It's worth the risk, right? Meaning this, that if you enter those trades, right? Let's just forget about the perfect trade that I love. Let's go to the trade, the average trade that you're supposed to do. 25% loss at a 50x with 100% possibility of a gain, right? Meaning that if it doesn't go as far as we want, which would be what, 2% move on there? Let's say that it moves 1% and we only get our 50% gain, right? That's a 25% win, right? That's worst case scenario, right? But let's just say, let's forget about all the middle wins and all the little gains that we do as we chip away at the process of winning. And let's just say that we're going off of the play, right? So in this position here, so this is, like I said, Doge is probably going to back up to 9.9. But in this position here, what you have is, if you're taking the best entries, right? And let's say that you lose 50% of the time. Let's say you're not even good at the, let's say that this entire process isn't the greatest in the world and it gives us losses at about 50% of the time. So let's say we break even, right? So 50% losses at 25%, right? So 10 losses, right? 25% would be a 250% loss, okay? On the other flip side, if we have that 100% gain, right? And we get those 10 gains, that's 1,000% wins, right? That's 750% toward the upside. You see, in the 10 trades, 750% to the upside, 250% towards the downside. This is why you want to trade where you have the possibility of getting 100% gains every time versus 25% losses, right? Because one win, right? One win is basically 100%. That's going to give you 4 losses right there. So for every one win, you can suffer 4 losses, right? Cut it in half. For every one win, you can suffer 2 losses, which means that you can bat 50% average, right? Meaning you're not paying attention or doing anything that you're supposed to do. You're batting 50%, and you are still at that point, you are still winning, right? You're still doubling your money, because out of 10 trades, if you win 5 and they're 100% gains, half of that would be 50, right? Half of that would be 50. 50 times 5 is what? 250% gains, which means you will double your bag every 10 trades that you make by following the system, even if you fail at 50% of them. So don't panic, don't get mad, don't feel like you're losing, don't feel like you don't understand. It's a system of percentages, right? This is all mathematical. This is why it's not about the money that you make, it's about the percentages that you make, right? So if you're in my Discord, you hear me say all the time, guys, or Spoon says it well too, it's not about money, it's about percentages, right? It's about percentages. That's what we're trading on. We're trading on percentages. Our goal is to lose 25% but win 100%, right? That's our goal. And if we win half of what we're supposed to win, right, which is lose 25, win 50, that means that for every win, we can suffer 2 losses, right? We're batting 50%, right? And that right there is the worst case scenario, right? That's the worst case scenario that happens to you if you trade properly using a system and a structure that is made for you to basically be successful, right? This is why you have to have a game plan. This is why you have to have a that's why you have to have a game plan, guys. That's why you have to kind of look at it and you say, okay, this is my game plan. I'm getting off of these support and resistant lines that have been, since the last week, kind of like where they're at. Gives me an idea of where we're going to trade and allows you to, increase your percentages of winning, right? Then you take that, add in your indicators and all the other things that you have, and then you can say, okay, now I'm looking to, now I can get in these positions and kind of like put myself to where, I feel comfortable that I can make a trade. I'm not too worried about it. So this way you guys can understand. This is why also you have to trade at the same number, right? So if you're trading $50 bags, all your trades have to be $50 bags. If you're trading $100 bags, they all have to be 100. Now I don't recommend having $100 bags until you can master doubling your money 4 times, right? 3 times you put to the side, the 4th time you then add to your trade bag and double your trading bag, because then you have mastered a skill which you can use, right? You need to master a craft before you start thinking that you can do it, right? And by mastering it means that you can continuously be profitable at what you do. All right, so, and if you want to practice, right, when you first start, don't be ashamed of doing $5 bags and then moving after, you've doubled your $5 bags for a week, go to a $10 bag, and then 10 to 20, and you'll catch a rhythm, and then 20 to 40, 40 up to 80, and then you can get your $180, $200 bags, right? Once you understand the system, right? You have plenty of time to make money, guys. Think about it like this, right? So think about, like, let's say that you start off with $1,000, right? And in that $1,000 you start trading with $200, right? And you don't know what the fuck you're doing. And you hit a big win and you do a 200x, you're like, damn, I'm up $400, right? So you get excited. So you bet $300 on the next one and you lose half of it because you got liquidated or you made a bad call and you lost 150. And you're like, it's okay, I'm going to do another $300. And you lose again, right? Boom, boom, back to back, $300 gone. And you're like, shit. And you just made 400, so you're kind of like, with fees and taxes, you're back to your original bag. And you're like, you know what, I'm going to get this. And you have small win, and you start over trading, right? So you're paying more in fees than you are winning, and you're slowly dwindling down your $1,000, and you dwindle it down to like $300-400, and then you're like, shit, man, I need to learn this shit, right? Then you start learning how to do small bags, right? And you start working your way back up to $500. Then you increase, get knocked back down to 300, and you start to work that out. And you say, man, I'm really like struggling here. So during this time frame, that's about 4 weeks of learning, right? And then eventually at the 6-week mark, you're like, oh, I'm starting to realize I'm over trading and I need to be patient. Maybe if I just wait for the best trades, right? And you start waiting for the best trades because you don't have that much money left. Now you wait for the best trade, you put $100 in, it doubles. You're like, perfect. You wait for the next best trade, $100 in, it doubles. You're like, man, we're back on fire. You do it again, next trade, $100, and you're like, boom. And you start to build momentum. And next thing you know, you go from 100, you're back up to 400, and you're like, all right, I'm going to $200 a trade, right? And now you get a little more aggressive because you haven't learned that you have to wait for the best trades. You start to feel that Then boom, you make a trade, lose 35%, make another trade, 35%, and you're kind of working your way in the other way, and you start to panic again, right? And the panic sets in because you're not following a system, right? You're not following a system that works, which allows you to relax and be focused on just the percentages, right? And then after you figure this out, the next 4 weeks, you're like, you know what? I just need to do the fucking system, right? So then you say, you know what? You bear down. Then you finally figure it out, right? And now you're starting to make moves, right? And but you don't have that much capital left because you're working with $25 bags, right? And now you're hitting those $25 bags, right? Boom, boom. And it takes you 4 weeks to build that up back to 1,000. During those 4 weeks, when you really figured it out, if you would have started with $5 bags, you would have had $500 instead of $100, you know, $600-700 instead of $100 when you figured it out. You basically, that $500 that you would have saved yourself by following the system, when you learn it in the last, you know, 6 to 8 weeks, when you figure the shit out and you start applying that money, you're trading $100, $200 bags. That quickly goes to $1,000 to $2,000 in a week to 10 days. So you kind of cost yourself, you know, $4,000 or $5,000 by not doing $5 trades in the beginning, right? You're not losing, right? So it's kind of like, understanding like this, right? So it's kind of like a big whale, right? When you're in gambling and you watch a lot of people, right? So people like to, if when you're hot and you're finding big trades, you use high amounts of money to make money. And then over time, right, you can't win every trade. People start, you know, trading less money, smaller money. And then they're still winning, but they feel like because they're winning, they're not winning enough. So then they start increasing their bets, and eventually the casino wins all the money because you start increasing your bets, trying to get your money back, and you end up losing all your money. Like, this is just a normal concept, right? This is nothing new here, guys. So what you want to do is start with the $5 and move your way up. So I'm going to make a video on this and then we'll put it in there. But right now we're watching Doge. Doge is trying to break the 5 minutes. And that's where we're going to be. So right now, there's nothing much we can do for Doge because we can say to ourselves, all right, Doge is at the bottom of its channel. The next stop for Doge is going to be the top of the channel sometime in the next 2 days, right? So we're good. Now let's go back and look at Atom because we are in an Atom trade here. The Atom trade triggered at, was it 11:27 or something like that? Let's take a look how we're doing. So here's Atom. Now let's go to the 15-minute. All right. So here's our Atom. What is Atom doing? So Atom right now is still moving towards its lower level, right? It's still heading down. So Atom is still heading towards its bottom of 11:22. So what's our entry on there? 11:27. Entry price 11:27. So right now it's fighting this little support and resistance line right here. All right, so there's a little support line right here that it kind of hits, and we're hoping for it to continue up. Now, our stop loss is slightly below that line, 11:22, somewhere in that area. And then that's where we're looking. So a 30x, we're still coming down a little bit here, but we're looking for Atom to return back to its normal spot. Let's take a look at it on the 1 hour. That's kind of where we're at right there. So we're sitting on that little support zone right there. So that's our Atom trade. This kind of looks like, So we're starting to get an M trade here. Starting to form an M pattern, which normally M patterns will come back down and then run back up. So let's go look at Atom on a whole here. Let me pull this out here. All right. So for us, just keep in mind, guys, that the Doge, even though it's kind of like in that little area it's fighting, Doge is still in a 4-hour downtrend, right? Here's our 4 hour, still heading down. This is a key moment right here. Look at this. We're starting to work our way to a key moment right here. We're looking for right here a red moon, which would bring us down a slight bit more. And then if that bounces up and actually rejects, then that's a strong indicator that we're going to start moving back up right there. So this is a nice little section here that we got to revisit. right there to see if that bounces and gives us some type of hope for that push back up to its other position. And moving right here, we have high volume, and the 2-hour RSI is about to bottom out, which is another good sign for Doge, because that means there's going to have another push there. And the 1 hour, though, the 1 hour is breaking down, so this is the pullback we're looking at. So once the 1 hour kind of gets itself recovered and starts to head up, then we should be getting that movement that we're looking for. The 30-minute has to finish its down, and then before you can think about a long on Doge, you need the 30-minute to be heading in the right direction. So that's what you're really waiting on here, is the 30-minute to finish what it's doing and start to move up. Taking a look here at the 15-minute, we have a red moon, a green trend, red moon. So it looks like we're going to get a moon reset trade here, but that could take a little bit of time here as Doge starts to reset itself. And people say, well, how far can it go down, VC? It's really on volume. Nobody can tell you like what investor is going to wake up today or how many limit buys are they're thinking that they're going to buy in Doge if it gets to 9.6. Nobody knows if Elon's about to tweet something stupid. Nobody knows like where everything's at. But this market is still looking like it still wants to pull back. And that 30-minute right there looks like that's really what we're looking at right there. Is kind of like the 30-minute RSI to show some type of strength here, right? When does that happen? We don't know. That's the difference. When does that happen? We have no idea when that's going to happen. But that's what we're looking at. So right now, I'm looking to get into a Doge long, kind of like the last pump while the 4 hour, the 4 hour resets itself. But I need to, move in the other direction. But right now, guys, the trend for Doge is a short. So if we take a look, Doge looks like it's still going to be shorting. And if we're looking at Doge on the short position, looking for it to go back to its normal area, which is that, was it 93 or something like 94? Looking for it to bounce back on there, right? So 4 hour, everything there. Doge just looks weak, man. So right now, I'd like a reset of the 30-minute. So I want to get into another short into Doge, but after there's some type of pump or some type of position here that gets Doge, moving in the upward pump area, and then kind of like get in there. But as we continue to look here, the volume's getting weaker. 30-minute volume's not there. The red candle. Doge is not looking super healthy here. And once again, here's your 15-minute red flashing. So, I mean, Doge is starting to, give us more of a incentive here to say that, hey, man, maybe this is not going to work out for the retail investors, which would make sense. And Atom is starting to continue to push. We'll check Atom in a second. So right here now we got a 15-minute red trend. So the retail investors have been buying the dip, but they did not buy enough. So now we got a red trend on the 15-minute. The RSI came up a little bit, but it looks like it's going to continue down. The 30-minute. This is why, guys, you got to wait for that 30-minute to cross. So it looks like it's going to fight here and probably going to continue to head down. So the momentum is starting to, continue to the short trend side, which we know, right? So whether they're 4 hours down, right? So overall, you should be trading Doge in shorts, right? What that means is looking for Doge to have pumps against the short and then take higher highs and short into the short of the 4 hour, right? The 2 hour RSI is still heading down. So we got another 2, maybe 4 hours of short positions on Doge, and then we can start seeing once the 2 hour repositions itself, maybe it bounces up, maybe it goes flat against the bottom, but that's the only time that we can say to ourselves, we're going to look for Doge to get back up to its higher level. So that's the way I'm looking at Doge right now. So for Doge, it's just in this little seg. We need some confirmation here, right? People buying the dip, not that much volume. There's no whales buying the dip here. So how long is retail money going to last? Who knows? Who's buying Doge out there? There's Windward out there buying Doge. Right, so this is all what they call sentiment. What's the sentiment of Doge, right? This is what's going on here. Doge is going to fight this little line here. But I don't think it's going to win, man. I mean, as we continue to kind of like look at this. It's starting to build that momentum, right? You guys understand what I'm saying there while we're watching this? You know, sometimes you get to a coin that we just can't make a decision on. You just need to set an alert and say, okay, where do I want to put myself on this coin, right? Me personally, right here, I would be looking more into the short section because of the 4 hour, but the 2 hour is about to finish, which means you probably only have a 2 hour position of a short position. And then for me, I would look at the 30-minute and I would say, up, the 30 minutes bouncing up here. So I'm going to wait for this all to clean itself up. Because remember, we need the 4 hour, the 2 hour, the 1 hour, and the 30 working in the same direction. If you don't have that, right, you're better off just kind of like circling back on the coin or setting an alert on some type of indicator that you got where you say, okay, when this circles back over here, let me know because I'm interested in getting in this particular trade. So for me, I think the shorts are going to win overall right now because of the daily, but we have to wait for this. I have to have more things going in my direction, right? So I don't have the 30-minute in my direction. The 15-minute is bouncing, and then we go look at what could stop the bounce from happening, right? Go right to the 5-minute. What's the bounce? The bounce is the 200 moving average. It has failed to reach the 200 moving average 3 times. So it's just not, the retail investors aren't strong enough right now, right? And what time we got? 5:30 in the afternoon. So here's the close of day, right? Here's the market closing. They pushed it up at the end of the day. There's your buys. They got it to 200 moving average, but nothing special, guys. Nothing special. I'm trying, but ARB. So right here, man, you have if you're trading a short, right? So if you say, VC, I think Dogecoin's not going to make it, right? Which is okay. You can trade the short if you want. You would just say to yourself, use the 5-minute, and you would say, okay, here's a rejection. The next rejection came right there. That's where you would enter the short. 2 rejections moving towards the 5-minute 200. This is where your short would be right off that level right there. So that would be a good short entry would be 99627. And if you see it at that time, your RSI right there, your 5-minute is moving up. So me personally, that 2 rejections, you can take that position and be happy with it. Me, I like to have a bunch of extra confirmation because I like to trade when everything's in my favor, right? And I know we all want to trade. I know we all want to make a trade. I know we all want to, click the button and see some gains. But, it's really about this, right? You should be saying to yourself, all right, I got $100 a day, and my goal is to make that $100 turn into $300, right? That's it. How am I going to do that? I'm going to find me the greatest trade possible, right? Or whatever your bag is, $25, $50. I'm going to double the bag today, right? But I need the best trade for me, right? I just don't see that right here. I'm just not seeing the best trade right here. Right? But you mean these are patterns, right? These are things you guys can get in. That's kind of what I wanted to cover on the live is when you see these, 1 rejection, 2 rejection, that's an entry for a short there because why? The 4 hours in your direction, the 2 hours in your direction, the 1 hours is in your direction. The only thing that's fighting you is the 5, the but the 15 was coming down in the 30, right? They're all kind of like mediocrity, not even really going against you. They're going sideways. So they're 50% agreeing with you right now, right? So that's not bad. That's not bad odds. Me personally, I want every one of them agreeing with me. So for me, where would my short be here? So obviously we know the 4 hour is going the way we want. We got plenty of time there. It's going to have a couple 2 hour resets in there. The 2 hour RSI still heading down, so we're good there. The 1 hour just crossed over, so this is where I would be looking and say, okay, I can get into a short right here. Now all I need is a 30-minute to cross over, and we're looking good. And that looks like it's going to bounce right there, head down, and now I just go to the 5-minute, and now I say to myself, all right, I'm going to get in on this 5-minute bounce, right? Wherever this 5 minutes starts to come back down, I'm going to look at that as an entry for a short. Let's see where that is. Ready? As soon as this bets, as soon as this goes down, come on now. And once again, we can take a look here, and it looks like a nice short because we've rejected off of these two lines. This is going to push up one more and probably reject and come back down. So we are looking for a short here, but Doge's just walking the sideways, man. This is fair value. Most people think that Doge is probably worth this volume price right here. So we just need this little push, and then we're going to take that position as a short. So you can see, guys, anytime that you get into a position, even if you're waiting for confirmation, more than likely, like literally out of 7 out of 10 trades, the confirmation is going to go back to the original short price of 96.27. That's where I would short, but it's going to retest these. It's going to retest these prices, multiple times before they go into it, right? So it always has an extra opportunity to, get another short or be into a position of that. So never rush, never be in a hurry to grab a coin. Bum 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 bum. These retail investors, boy. I mean, to be honest with you, there's that pump that we were looking for, right? Here's a pump right here, right? This is a pump right here. This could be a huge opportunity to grab a short on Doge, right? So let's see here. So let's get in here. I'm going to do an isolated short at 50x, confirm it. I'm going to let these guys do their little pump here, right? As soon as this 5 minutes starts to bend, I'm going to open a short. One more pump. Come on now. Don't give up now. Don't give up. I want to catch that wick. I didn't catch that wick. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, pump up, come on. Let me catch that wick. Oh my God, it doesn't want to give it to me. I'm not going to get the wick. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. I missed that one. As soon as that big pump came in, a bunch of retail investors bought. I should have sold. I should have went into a short. It sucks, man. But see, that's the kind of thing you could get. You see that candle came in and that green got hot, and out of nowhere they're finishing this last 5 minute. So those 5 minute right here, this little RSI, you're getting these little last minute pumps out of it. That's where I should have been. Should have snagged that short right there. I just missed it. That would have been beautiful. Look at that short right there. Oh my God. I'm salty right now, guys. I'm salty. I missed that short right there. Come on, pump it up. Pump it up, pump it up. Pump it up, come on. Oh, that would have been beautiful. To catch that wick right there. Oof. Look at this. Man, that would have been nice. That would have been nice. But that's what you guys can kind of look at is when you're looking at and you're waiting for that short and you see a bunch of retail investors buy for no freaking reason. just open a short on the top of their wicks. Write that shit down. All right? That would have been nice. That was an easy 10, 15% right there. Just getting started. And that allows you a very high short position with the 5-minute RSI starting to, kind of reach its little top right there. And then we will be trading with the 15-minute if it continues down, and the 30-minute, as it starts to reject and come down. So look at that. Look at that short, man, guys. 15, 25% short on there. We just missed. But that's how you guys can grab wicks, right? You can grab a quick wick. You can get that short right there. Oh, my God. Look at this thing. How much was that? So that comes down. You're looking right there, 0.5. So in a 50%, that's 25% gains. And if it touches its resistance right here, we're looking at 1%. So 50% gains right there. 50% gains on a 50x short. Plus, you're in a good position where you have a nice little top wick short, and you can kind of put your stop loss on your 5-minute moving average, which has failed to break every single time, and then just be happy that you're in a Doge short and you're going to leave it and you're going to let it ride out. All right, let me see here. All right, let me take a look here, and I'm gonna go look at my Atom trade. See, look at that. Look at them trying to push up. Man, they're eating his dip. Nom, 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 nom. Wicks for days, guys. For me, what am I waiting for? All the RSIs to line up. 30-minute RSI is still heading up. But that wick right there puts you in a really good entry position that you can kind of like, jump the gun a little bit on that. But me, I need all this to line up. Like I need this all to line up. And that's just discipline, right? Discipline is just like waiting for that. So we're going to get these same prices. We just need it to continue to kind of like build for us. I don't want to move those too much. 1 hour is going down. We need the 30-minute to start heading down, guys. Which means we need the 15-minute to start going down, which it is. All right, so Doge is starting to build up that little momentum for a short position here pretty soon. I just don't like how the retail investors keep buying the dip. If you notice, every time they buy the dip, somebody dumps on them. But it's so fast. All right. So let this all set up. Let's come back. Let me take a look at Matic. What other coins are out there, guys? Oh, ARB. ARB. Let's go look at Abrium. Let's go here. ARB. All right, ARB. Let's go, guys. All right, so ARB, let's go take a look at our first thing we got to do here, guys, is slide over to our 1 hour. Right, let's take a look at our 1 hour. And in our 1 hour, we're going to go over here. Let's see how Adam's starting to look here. Adam's got a nice little M. Is he going to bounce off support? We'll come back and check that out. All right, guys, ARB, ARB. Let's take a look at ARB before I go get something to eat here. Oof. Oof. All right, so prior week, right? We have our highs, we have our lows. We kind of already mapped this out a little bit here. Let me get in here. Let me move this down. So as you guys can see here, we already had a higher highs. Here's our week prior, right? This is our Sunday. Here's our highest high. Here's our low for the week, right? That's kind of where we knew. Now, what does that mean, VC? That means that our entry and stop losses are off of this bottom line, and then our profits are this high level here that we're looking for is about $1.44. So now there is a middle trend here, right? This middle trend right here, that is the resistance and support area, is right across there. And that is what ARB ran into, right? So if you're in ARB, you would have mapped this out. Now, the week prior, right? Here's your week prior. You had your high and your low here. This is last Sunday. High right here and your low right here. And then as you move across, you have your middle zone that it literally created its basically support zone in this area here, which would be resistance here, resistance, broke through, retested, support, broke through support, and then as we move along, we're starting to see that boom, it hits it again, it hits it again. So this is that little area that it's struggling with, right? Which means if it continues to hit that, it's going to move down to this next level, which is somewhere in here, and we just got to get us an ideal here of where this would be. So let's zoom in this a little bit here. Which would be about this area here. Let's see if there's any more support in here. All right, let's see here. Resistance, resistance, okay, there we go. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Might be a little bit higher. All right, and then that lines up there. Okay, so ARB, right? So if you knew you were playing ARB, you had your rejection come up to its line, its normal little resistance line, a support line that it had earlier, touches that, comes back up, and it basically doesn't even wick it, makes a second candle. So now you're in a short position, which is probably going to come back over here and touch this other little section here. $119. So here is the only support that it really has. Cheeto bag. Love my Cheetos. I don't know if my mouse's sensitivity's off or whatever, but it has issues of trading view. So currently with this ARB, it looks like we're heading downward here. It looks like the next support line is going to be based off of 121.78. So it looks like a good short on ARB, right? So let's take a look here. Looks like we're going to slide down. We do have a little bit of support in this area here, which is what it's trying to feed off of, right? Which would be this bounce right here. So let's put a little trend in there. So for short term, that looks like where it's trying to like retrace down to and basically live off its little support area here. So what is that? 123.42. So 123.42, and then from there, if it breaks below that, then we're looking at this next level here. Overall, let's see here, ARB. Yeah, the 1 hour, look at this 1 hour RSI is heading down. It's breaking below the 1 hour moving average here at 200. So we need to see if there has a 200, if it has a moving average support somewhere on the 30 minute. It looks like the 30 minute support is 123. So let's take a look here and say, okay, is this worth any type of position here? If it does fall into this short, right? And let's say that we get that, that's a 90%. So we can do ARB. Where's ARB? All right, so we can do an isolated short for 30%. And what would that do for us? That 30% move right there, that's not too bad. That's not too bad, not the greatest. All right, let's take a look here and go to the 15 minute. And what we're looking for here is what would happen if it gets down to this level here. So if it touches the 15 minute, which is more likely. All right, so that's a 2.5. So we're looking pretty good here. Now this RSI is at the bottom, so this 15 minutes gonna have a bounce here. So for us, this short that we would be getting into, and this is a strong low right here, that makes sense. The 15 minute, the trade that we'd be getting into to touch this 15 minute moving average at 123 will have to manifest itself through the 5 minute RSI, and then the 15 minute RSI has to come back up, and the 30 minute RSI is also already headed down. So I mean, this looks like, you know, it's not a bad entry here, because you have your short already happening on your 15 minute, which happened right there. We kind of missed it right there. Look at there. Here's your 15 minute RSI right there. You see that bend on this big candle? That was the short we would really wanted to get into. We're a little bit behind. That would have been beautiful. From this point here, you know, we're gonna need that. We're gonna need a bigger move here, right? But we are breaking down below the 200, and the 1 hour has plenty of room, and the volume's going negative. So I'm gonna take an ARB short here, and basically run this down through the next section there. So red moon, red trend, ARB short. So whoever's watching ARB, guys, if you're watching ARB, you should have called out a short for us on ARB. Here's your top right here. Here's your second top. It gets rejected. First double top comes back, rejects right here. What's this today? So this rejected at 126. Oh my God. These are the shorts that this is why you want to be in a community, right? So like if you see a lot of things like this, you got to call out these trades, right? You got to look at these trades and say, hey, you know, this looks like, you know, this is anytime you see these candles right here. Let me show you these candles, right? See how the candles have no wicks at the top and they're both flat on top? That right there is normally going to trigger a reversal, right? That's normally going to trigger a reversal, right? So we should have been in at 126, and we got a red moon. Once again, the red. Here's the 5 minute pullback, right? This is the trade I talk about all day. We are not calling out 5 minute pullbacks, guys. All right, what do we got? Leon, all right, having trouble entering the quick candles. Had a couple of those today, and it seemed I get the end of the stick, then quick reverse, and I'm out. Tried setting up entering price, predicting a dump and pump for quick entry, no luck. Doing a hard part of taking my time to get a position to enter, they're killing me and invest. I did get 32% off Doge dump minutes ago. I could have got 100%. Took me like 3 tries. Right, so we're learning, right? So that's what we're looking at here. So guys, this is the 5 minute pullback, right? we should just be focusing on very simple trades, right? These are the trades that when I see them, I'm kind of like, ugh, that would have been a nice trade, right? The 5-minute pullback, right, is a super easy trade to get money on a short, right? Okay, 12% negative. What up, man? What trade are you in? What are you in, Windward? Oh, I'm trying ARB. Are you in a long in ARB, Windward? Windward, are you in a long right now? All right, so here's your 5-minute pullback, right? We get a red moon, right? It's so easy to call this out. As soon as you see a 5-minute red moon on a coin, there's your RSI. You see it starting to move down. Oh, yeah. Okay. So now we take a look there. There it is. And all we have to do is go to the 15-minute. The RSI is also bent down. You see that it crossed over. And just to confirm, we go to the 30, right? The 30-minute crossed over right there already as well. So that was a perfect pullback. Look at that cross right there. See that? Boom. So you would have entered that short right there, and you would be crushing this right now, guys. All right. Okay, so now these are the trades, man. These are like these simple little trades that we're looking for to get those moves, right? And we would have got them, man. That was a nice little trade there, right? So there, the nice little trade that would have gave us a nice little move. And right now, to look at this, the 30-minute, we're looking for this 200 moving average, which it could head to, but more than likely, it's normally on the 5-minute that it does really well when it touches it, the 5 and 15-minute. So this ARB short could continue down to at least this moving average of 122. But you do have the 5-minute RSI coming up here, which is going to push up. So Windward, if you're in a bad position and you're looking to get, out of your long position and reset or something, the 5-minute RSI is starting to push up here. So this is probably going to give you a nice little push here, right? So let's figure this out here. I want to get into an ARB short. I hate when we miss a trade, man. I hate like not having the original trade, right? Because I just want the original trades, right? I just want to hit the original trades and then move on. This is a 5-minute pullback we missed, right? Here it is. It's going to have its little, recovery and then probably another dump. But that second dump, I just don't. It's like, is it worth the money to get into this trade, right? Let's pull this back here. Let's say that we get in here and we take this dump area right here. I mean, 1.7, it's still good, man. Because you're doing a 50x. What could we do on ARB? A 33 or something like that. So that would be 30, 60, maybe 45% gains. But yeah, we missed that original pullback, right? And that's just kind of like the issue. Is it going to continue down? Probably, because we have the 5-minute, the 15-minute is starting to bounce, which, is going to save it a little bit. But the 30-minute is also at its end right here, right? So ARB right here, Windward for you, is finally going to start recovering from your, what are you down, Windward? 28x, you're doing a 28x. How much are you down right now? 5%, 10%? 12% negative. Okay, yeah. So it looks like you're looking for a little bit of love zone here, right? Look at these two candles. Boom, boom, right? That's a nice short. So the RSIs are starting to finish their transition here. So it looks like ARB will start looking to recover here, right? Now the problem is on the recovery, it fell below the 200 moving average. So now it might not be able to re-break the 124.51 and it might beat against it for a couple times. And we could end up having a bigger short here eventually once it recycles the 30-minute RSI, because the 1-hour RSI is still heading down. So if that continues to head down during that process of the 30-minute, then we're probably going to not be able to break through this moving average. The 2-hour is starting to head down. Yeah, Windward, just not looking really great for a long right here, Windward. 2 hours starting to head down, and that's fresh. The 4 hour looks like it's about to start doing the same thing, and that's pretty fresh. So this all looks like ARB is going to start heading down here, man. So just looks like we're going to get some short positions out of ARB. All right, so for me personally, you could look at an ARB short. You would play the 5-minute RSI and get yourself in here, right? Which is what we're looking at right here, 5 minute. There we go, 5-minute RSI right here. Now, good short here, man. Oof, we could have got that. We could have got that 5-minute pullback, man. Because the 5-minute pullback hit, and then we had that bounce, man. 5-minute pullback, the first green candle. There's the bounce, second green candle. You know, and now you're looking for a continuation. All you need this RSI to do is just bounce up a little, give us some room, and then continue to fall. 15-minute. So you're right there, man. I mean, look for your ARB short. Let your 15-minute like reprocess. Yeah. All right. There's your red. There's your red. You're flashing red on your 15. Oh, the 5-minute pullback. Oh, you gotta catch those, man. You gotta catch those. They're so juicy. So juicy, man. All right, let's go back to. Let me take a look at Doge here. Doge is now. Remember, guys, you gotta keep checking back on your coins because as time goes on, things change, right? So here's ARB. Windward, I would definitely not be looking too bright on that bad boy. Let's go back and look at ARB's total little section here so we can have an idea. So right now it's going against support. The 123.43 is the support. Let me go to the gym today. 123.43 is the support line. If it breaks below this windward, if it breaks this support, it's gonna head down to 121.73, right? Which it looks like it's trying to do right now. So guys, if you're looking at an ARB short, right, this is kind of where you want to be right here. It's testing its support line right now. Literally sitting on its support line. If it breaks below this, then we know we're going to get some action. So to me, as soon as this 15-minute riles back up or makes its move, we have a 15-minute red trend. We have a 15-minute red moon. I mean, the red moon and red trend right there, 15-minute RSI is all the way at the bottom. You know, we're going to have a pullback here. It's not going to be as big as we want because the RSIs are already down. So we're going to see some type of fight back. But if this position stays in the 15-minute and the 30-minute finish a cycle, meaning it repeats, it goes back up and then starts back down, the 1 hour is heading down. It's below the moving average of 200, which is terrible for it. The RSI on the 2 hours just started to go down. ARB is a short, boys. ARB is a short. The only thing you're waiting for is the 5-minute RSI to reset, maybe even possibly go up here and try to trigger a green moon and then reject, right? So all you're waiting for here is a reset or the 15-minute RSIs to bounce up and then come back down. But ARB is a short. All right. That one is definitely just started on a bigger short. All right, let's get to Doge here because I'm looking at Doge and here's our 1 hour. It's about to touch the bottom here, so Doge is finally getting to the bottom of its pattern. All right, so the 1 hour is touching the bottom. The 4 hours still bending down, so the trend is still downward, right? The daily still touching, right? So the next day or two, it looks like Doge is kind of running out of steam here. 2 hours, almost at its bottom, so Doge is going sideways. 1 hour, so let's go back. We have a 4 hour still coming down. The 2 hour needs to trade up, which we're almost there. The 1 hour looks like it's going to join it. We're almost there. And then the 30-minute is starting to head back up. So it looks like Doge is going to get its little crazy person's push, right? So now we need to say, okay, what's the push going to go to, right? So now that we have an idea that Doge is going to push up here, now we have to find out where the support level, where the resistance are. Is it going to break the resistance, right? What we're going to do, right? Now we move to the 5 minute. The 5 minutes the problem, right? We're below the moving average right here, and the moving average sits at 96.5655, right? So that's where it has to be. The second thing is we don't have a green moon and we don't have a green trend on the 5 minute, which means looking at Doge, you know, it needs a reversal, right? Which is what it's trying to build up to. But they're running out of buying power, right? See this big dip, big buy. So big dip, big buy, second big dip, rebought, and now you have this, you know, other people selling on that, and that's okay because the other buyer knew it would go up. Has a push, here's a push, but notice the pushes are getting lighter, right? First push, second push, third push, all down, and then we just broke that trend. So now we're starting to try to push up here. Right, we're trying to push up here. So here goes Doge trying to push up. And, you know, a 3 minute could probably get to 96.82 on this 3 minute 200 moving average. But that's 96.55 is the next resistance line. I think that's 5 minutes. Yeah. So this push looks terrible. So Doge looks like it's just not, there's not enough retail buyers. They're weakening by the moment, guys. They're weakening by the moment, guys. This is why they get wrecked, right? And they say, "Oh, retail investors, why were you buying Doge at this level?" Right? If everyone just learned some basic shit, right? So if the entire, like, if everyone was like, don't buy things that just pumped, sell them, right? Then everyone would make a shitload of money coming down, and then we could all buy and go back up together, right? But the fact that they're buying these dips is just prolonging it. But this is where you guys can see where the mistakes are made, right? And it's hard to tell where things are happening, but the retail investors are just, they're eating up this Doge dip, which is terrible because they're going to keep getting dumped on, right? So you can see right here, here's a push, dump, here's a push, dump, right? And eventually this has to make more room, right? Meaning that if it keeps pushing up and dumping and they can't break higher highs, that means that the sentiment across the market is that Doge is not worth this amount. Now, what we can do here is, let me slide over here. What I'm going to do here is, here's our ARB falling through our line there. You see that? Look at that short. Boom, 20% windward. I told you to get out of there, big dog. ARB, we just knocked out 17% on our ARB short. 18%. I'm only doing a 33X. 18%. So ARB fell through our little resistance line, which is okay. The next stop is across the board here. Like, we could probably touch this line here. Let's go back to ARB, 15-minute red, 15-minute red. What's our close would be the green minute moon. All right, so we're going to close ARB if we get a green minute moon. Anytime I see the 20% profits, guys, I'm always like, that's my target, so I should be closing on that. You know, let me go back and check everything where it's at. Okay, oversold on the 4 hour, right? So which means eventually it's going to be moving. The 2 hour RSI just broke down, so that's fresh movement down. The 1 hour is falling down, so we're good. The 30-minute is beyond its section, so it has to recover somewhere around here, which is where we're going to see a slight recovery on ARB. So this next move down, 15 minutes, yeah, we got to take profits here. So I'm going to insta close, take my 20%, 15% on my insta close. I'm going to wait for this to bounce back up, and I'm going to re-enter on that. All right, so 20% gains. I'm happy with that. You know, we're fighting through that little movement right there. And now I just need the 15-minute and the 30-minute RSI to be back in my favor. And we'll go back in there. All right, so now Doge. Sometimes you get big moves, guys. Sometimes you get 20% moves. You just take what you got to take. All right, here we go again. Now, 30-minute RSI starting to bend back in my favor. So Doge looks like we're going to get a short here finally right here. Here's our 30-minute in our favor. We're in a short. I like it. 15-minute. We have room to run. So short right there on Doge. All right, red moon, 15-minute. We don't even have a red trend right yet. Let's see. Let's see here. 5-minute. 5-minute pullback. That would have been the best pullback right there. We got that pullback. So notice here the ARB pullback that we missed, right? Right here, moon pullback. We didn't miss it on Doge. We made that huge gain on that, 230% gain. And now we're kind of like watching it reset. Here's the reset right here. Now it's starting to break down. And here we go. Here's what we've been waiting for. Moon reset, 5-minute, boom, boom. Here we go. And we're off and running, right? Now, eventually with Doge, I'm going to pick a moment where I just think it's just going to stay as a short, and that's just when every RSI is going to line up. So right now, the 1 hour and the 2 hour are kind of at the bottom. So it looks like Doge is going to have a little more of a push, but once they reset and start to head down with the 4 hour, then I'm going to go into a big short. But right now, Doge looks like it wants to bounce a little bit. It's going to fight this little thing, and then once the 1 hour and the 2 hour reset, right, the 2 hour and the 1 hour, at least the 1 hour RSI has to go back up and come back down. When they are all in the same direction, right, that's when I'm going to really like get into a Doge short, but not until then. Not until then. But it is working its way towards that. All right, ARB probably going to continue to fall. ARB is probably like if you're doing like a 10x or something like that, when it does this little pushback, you can grab it if it rejects. If it rejects off this 123.57, which it looks like it's going to reject here, then ARB would be a nice little 30x to march its way back down. There's a nice little M pattern right here. We need a little more darker right in here. We would have a nice little M for ARB. But yeah, ARB is definitely looking really weak here. All right. Back to Doge. Doge is getting weaker by the minute, but those RSIs have to reset on the 30. 30-minute RSI is about to break down, which is perfect. Exactly what we wanted. And the 15-minute is, oh man, there we go. So Doge's short that's all confirmed right there. Boom, there's your 15-minute trend. So you see how like our 15-minute RSI broke down right there. Now this dump isn't going to be the greatest in the world, but you know, you got a 30-minute that's bending down. So we can grab at least 25, 35% out of here, which is just what we want. We want that area. So as it starts to dump and have its push, you can say to yourself like, all right, this is a position here that I can, you know, I'm looking for targets off of these last lows, which is 9499. All right, so I'm going to put my stop loss here. I'm at 25% on that Doge short. I'm only doing a 50x. It's always so hard, right? Where do you take profits? I'm at 20%. I should take these profits. Mm. 28%, 30%. So here we go. ARB, I got 11%. I just re-entered a short on ARB because it's going to reject off that support line. Doge, we got our 15-minute, 30-minute RSIs heading down. I'm feeling good about these two positions here to where we're pulled back. The retail investors were buying, eating up the dips, but they're just not strong enough to push through. So Doge is going to dump here. 30%. ARB is going to reject off its resistance. So the only trade I'm losing right now is I'm down 18% on that Atom trade, right? Because that Atom trade looks like it's going to, look at this ARB is going to keep going down. So Atom looks like it had more room to give, and the market looks like it's starting to go in the wrong direction. So we had earlier, we'd said a buy. It is bouncing off that line there. So the Atom is kind of going up and down for us. So we're not in a bad position with Atom. So I'm going to keep that there. I'm just going to make sure my stop loss is on this last wick right there, which is 11.23, right? So I'm going to add my stop loss here. 11.22. I'm going to put it in. That's a 30% loss. I'm going to confirm that loss. So I'm going to take a loss of 23% on Atom if it fails. But I got 45% on Doge on the short we just got into, and I got an ARB short. I originally took 20%, and I'm up another 10% right now. 100% on Doge. Let's go. Look at that. Boom. Retail investor. I told you the retail investors were getting weak. They kept buying, but they were unable to push higher highs. Right? Meaning that there's just a bunch of retail investors about to get wrecked. And they did. I just had 100% on Doge, and I didn't close it because it was like
confirmed tomorrow.
just went too fast.
It is
Let's go. Let's go. There's your 5-minute bouncing down. Let's take a look at the 1 minute here. Yeah, I just love taking the percents. I should have took that 100. I'm at 60. I just need to close, man. I just don't like not taking my profit. I understand how you guys feel because a lot of times you're like, VC, man, I want to let it run. Just 100%, bro. I mean, think about it. Like, we're always trying to get 20 to 30% profit. So if we had 100, right? Boom, my Atom stop loss took. So I'm out of Atom completely. I lost 23% there. All right, so I'm gaining 78% here on 86%. So here we go, Doge. I gotta take this Doge here. I gotta take this profit here. All right, so I'll show you guys on TikTok real quick. We're gonna post it. All right, I got 82% right there, 84% on that Doge short, and I'm only doing a 53x, so nothing special there. This is normal. Now, normally on shorts, I do 100x. So this right here should be 160% gain, and I should be out. That's simple, right? So I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take this gain. I don't like not taking gains. It's just not what I do. I know it's gonna fall even more, and I know it's gonna go down, but I'm only here to make my 50% gain, and I got it. Right? I don't like messing with markets because you have no idea when someone's gonna buy, and especially with Doge right now, all these damn retail investors are FOMOing in, right? They're just buying at the wrong times, and that's kind of what's creating this terrible scenario. But at the end of the day, once again, we were able to hit another juicy win on that. I'm happy. All right, we had 236% on Doge. So let's just say you had a $50 bag, right? That's a 200% win. That means your $50 bag was doubled plus a little extra. Cut that in half. That means the $100. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to get a double bag about $140. Just cut that in half and say we made $70 a day. A solid double on my one bag. That gives me an extra $50 bag to trade a different coin when it comes up. Now we're able to push another 80% again. Once again, $30. We're taking half our profit. $30 profit there. So we've successfully were able to double our bag today twice, right? So I'm happy there. There's no shame in the game right there. So now I'm just going to wait for the trades to be back in my favor, right? Just patience, right? I don't like taking trades that don't, kind of look out. Now we're going to take losses here. We took a loss on Adam, 25%. We'll make that up on one of these trades that we move forward with. But now we have one bag in ARB right now, up 2%. And we have two other bags from today that we can get into trades if we do find something that everything is working in our direction, right? Yeah, I just don't like not taking profits, guys. Sorry. Whew. Hey, yo, baby. You hungry? How long you need? 30 minutes? An hour? How long you need? Yeah, to go bye-bye. 20 minutes? 30 minutes? 3 hours? 30 minutes? Okay. You know how you are. 30 minutes means an hour. Whatever. Alright, so, and the reason why I always take profits, guys, is because when you have a big win like that, it just bounces back, guys. Stop playing the I hope it goes longer game. It just doesn't. It doesn't go longer. Right? Now, will it bounce up, reject, and go longer? Probably. But 100, man, I don't understand the philosophy of not taking 100x. The fact that I got out at 80 makes me mad because I lost 20%. Now look at that wick. And sometimes, guys, if you're playing the opposite, let's say you didn't get the short on Doge and you've seen that giant ass wick. Buy along at the bottom of that wick and ride it back up for 30, 40, 50% and sell out. That's something I do because it's like I've been trading for a long time. I do that shit all the time. Like if I see something, I miss a giant ass wick, I buy it and ride the wick back up. If I see a big ass candle, I buy it, ride it back up. That wins about 75% of the time. Real simple. Like that's a trade you guys can get in. That's a trade you guys can get in if you're like kind of watching your trade all day long and it doesn't go the way you want it, and all of a sudden you miss a short or a long and it's this big ass wick, right? Especially a short, right? If it shorts down like that, buy the wick and ride it back up. Buy the wick and ride it back up, because most of the time a coin that falls is going to trigger buy limits, limit buys, right? All these people that have their price already predetermined are going to have a moment where they have their orders filled, right? And you can jump in there, ride it back up, and then sell as soon as you see that push up, 50, 60, 70%, just get out. Call it a day, and then, because it's going to go back into its trend, right? And Doge is in a downward trend, right? So let's say if you're a hodler or something like that, or you want to play a long coin, right? You have a 4-hour Doge is in a short position all the way around, right? So you can put a 10x, set it and forget it, and say, okay, I'm willing to take the next couple of days and ride that out. Or personally, I would probably set a 10x short on Doge and let it finish the season out and probably cash out in, I don't know, mid-July or some shit. But you can do a 10x on Doge because this is very high, man. This number for Doge is just doesn't even make sense, right? Doge should be about 8 cents. So, putting a longer ride on this is something I'm going to do as soon as we get through this crazy, people buying for no reason. Here's our 1 hour red moon, 1 hour red trend. Doge is actually going to continue down here. So Doge is starting to get into where it's like fulfilling its continuation down. Do we have a 4-hour red trend? Yeah, we have a 4-hour red trend, a 4-hour red moon. The 200 moving average is finally starting to go sideways. So Doge is finally running out of steam here, right? Here's the buy, here's the buy. It's starting to basically see the end of retail investors investing, There's just not enough money, and 3-hour RSI has plenty of room to go down. The 4-hour RSI is going down, and the 2-hour RSI, seems like it might get a little bit of a bounce. We can play in between there. If you're a hodler, like right there, here's your 1 hour, right? So let's say you're a hodler, right? So let's go and do a Doge hodl, right? I'm gonna do this and go to Doge. So I'm gonna do a Doge hodl, and I say, hey man, I'm gonna do a 10x short, right? Nothing special. It's nothing crazy. The minimum I like is 20x, and then I'll do something, open up a short on there. Let's go. There we go. I even get in my position. There we go. Doge short positioned open. Now, when you have a 20x, it's lower shortage, lower percentage, so you can hold this thing the entire time. So what's today? Tuesday. So normally Wednesday we have some type of pump, Thursday we have some type of pump, and then we have the downside. So I'm gonna hold this 20x short. I'm not gonna trade Doge longs or anything. I'm gonna hold this 20x short at 9.4. What did I get in now? 9.465, and I'm just gonna hold this Doge puppy short until it liquidates me. We'll let that ride. Let me see how we do on that. But I'm gonna hold it because normally on this position here, I don't think Doge is gonna really do much more. If it was gonna go to 13 cents, they had the chance to do it the other day. They just didn't. They didn't get it done. So, in a 20x, you can do a 20% loss, and that's a very high liquidation number, right? So let's say that on my Doge short right now, if I wanted to do a stop loss, right? Let's say a stop loss of 11 cents, right? Let's see here. So my liquidation on a 20x is almost 10 cents. So 999. So it'd be 99. So 98. We'll go to 98 right there. So 098. 097. So I can go all the way back up to 97. Where are we at? 94. So I can go all the way back up to 95, and it's only a 5% loss. So 96 is a 26% loss. So I'm gonna put my stop loss at 96, right? I'm gonna let that ride out. And that's only, what's my stop loss on there? That's a 25% loss, so that's not too shabby. So I can take a 25% risk and have a 20x short on Doge from here. And if this happens to fall back to its level of 8 cents, we're going to hit 100 to 200% gains on this. There we go. After watching the retail investors today unable to kind of break away, it just seems like it's just the momentum towards the short is just building up for it. So if you're a hodler or something, I would definitely sell my Dogecoin here and wait for it to go back down and rebuy when the 4-hour and the daily reset their RSI so that you get the best possible move up. All right, so now, not financial advice, just what I would do on my main bag. All right, Adam, we just basically, we couldn't capitalize on Adam. It broke through its support line. Adam looks like it's going to be falling here. It's actually getting worse. Are we having a bunch of shorts here? Has the market given up right here? So our next price is 1103. So Adam, we lost some positioning on. I took a 25% loss on Adam. So let me see if I can find a way to get that back. And maybe I just put the $20-$30 that I have of the $50 bag back into the short and maybe have it earn its own money back. All right, so here's our 1 hour RSI is coming down the bottom. I think our long position on Adam was correct. I just think the entry wasn't greedy enough. I think we took an entry a little bit too early. So I'm going to look over again and take a look here. The 2 hour, and it's fighting that 200 moving average. Let's see what's the trend. Trading with the trend. That's what happened to us. So we weren't paying attention to Adam, right? And we had the 4-hour trend bend at what? Now the 4-hour trend bent right there. So Adam's a short right now. 4 hours going down, but it's not completely convinced to it. Right, so it's a little movement there. I thought it would bounce and give us some life here. So Adam looks like it's going down to $1.03. So let me get into Adam here. Maybe I play a longer position here on Adam. 4 hours going down. 2 hour looks like it's giving up. Let's look at the daily. Maybe I'll do some 20Xs here. The daily's still pushing up. That's why we were thinking, you know, Adam would find a way to kind of like reach its daily or its last time high, which could have happened, except it didn't bounce up there. There's nobody, very slow day in the market today. Nobody buying on Mad Monday. Like everybody's just watching for the market. So normally on Mondays and Tuesdays, the markets have to reset themselves. And Tuesday is the continuation of Monday, right? So we've seen a downward type day, little pump, and now the Tuesday is the continuation of the little loop. So tomorrow, Wednesday is the days that you want to trade, Wednesday and Thursday. So tonight at midnight, we'll take another look at these coins. Wherever they're settling tonight, we're going to look for the opposite move for them or the continuation move for them tonight around midnight. And then Wednesday normally brings volume to the market, right? Where we can kind of see what it's doing. All right, so here, Adam still has the 2 hour going down and it's fresh. The 1 hour is kind of at its bottom and it's looking like it's trying to get a red moon. 30-minute RSI starting to curl up here. So we're going to do a short on that, but there you go. See, this is probably the entry that we were looking for Adam, 11.19. If it can bounce off the 200 moving average on the 30, which is normally a pretty strong support line, and the 15-minute. Let's see what the 15-minute is. And the 15-minute. This is going to be hard for Adam to break through this. But if Cosmos breaks through this 200 moving average, then it's definitely going to take a dip here. All right. The hardest part for Adam is going to be breaking above this moving average right here, 126 again, but that's kind of what we need to do. So if we have a volume, we're going to break through that anyways. So right now we're going to go sideways. This is probably the Adam entry point that we wanted off of this moving average. So I'm going to re-enter my position. I feel like, you know, we were looking at Adam to do something. Let me go back here. 30 minutes going to be in our favor. 45 minutes going to be in our favor. The 1 hour is going to be in our favor. The 2 hour just started its downturn. So that 119 area, that support, it's just all headed the other way. So I can't even trade Adam right now because the 4 hour, the daily's heading down. So for me, the trade is based off the 4 hour and the 2 hour, which is down. Right, which means I need the 1 hour to go back up and then start to come back down, and then I will enter a short on Adam at that point. So I have to wait for that. Now during that time frame, are we going to get some bounces? Probably going to get some bounces here. So let's take a look at Adam. So if you're looking for a bounce on Adam, you're probably going to get it off of your 15 and 30 minute, right? So your 30 minute is starting to curl, which looks good. The problem is it has negative volume, which is never good. And you have a moving average here of $11.18. So more than likely, this little support line right here of the 200 moving average is not going to, it's going to be retested at least another 2 times. And then the 15-minute, which is the same scenario, is already being tested twice. And it has no volume. So this doesn't look good. So this looks like the short is the way to go here. But we just need the 15-minute, the 30-minute, and the 1 hour to give us some type of breathing room to actually go up there. Here's your 15-minute. It's dumping again. Bitcoin short. We just got a short alert for Bitcoin, which means the market's going bad here. So I hate to do it. I really do hate to do it, but I hate to do it. So I'm going to take an Adam short. I'm going to do a simple 37%. All right, something I can live with. I'm gonna put back the money that the other part of the $50 bag that it lost, and I'm gonna have this $30 earn back its own money. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, there's the retest. So guys, if you want to get into an Atom short, if you're going to do like a serious short, something where it's a higher percent, I'm gonna go get something to eat, so I'm not too worried about this. I'm gonna let this kind of bounce here. But looks like we're gonna break through here once we get a 30-minute RSI to bounce up here a little bit, and then come back down. I don't think there's too much. There's not enough volume here to really like scare me that this is gonna jump crazily. But you know, never know. I mean, people could decide that Atom's the one they're gonna pump, and they're gonna bump it. Other than that, we're gonna row there. I'm gonna basically play this 1 hour 200 moving average and say that we're gonna break through there. And then I think, you know, testing the 2 hour, the 15-minute 200 moving average. This is the second time that we're testing it. I'm gonna say that the third time we're gonna break through here because we don't have any volume here. So this looks like we're gonna go to a movement there. Second thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a look and see the last time that there was a 5-minute pullback, right? Take a look here. Here's your 5-minute pullback. That happened on this moon right here, which is our pullback here. It rejected off of the 200 twice. So for me, a stop loss, if you guys are in this, would be above the 200 moving average at 1127. And another thing that I like here is that the 200 moving average is coming down as well. The 200 moving average is another indicator of the strength of the coin. So we're starting to get a move here. So if you guys want to get into a good short in Atom, you're going to watch the 5-minute push up, get into a high leverage, and then when the 15-minute and 30-minute start to follow, then you would get into a high leverage short, and then you'd be in a safer position. So I would say if it's going to bounce, it's probably going to touch these upper levels of 1123 maybe, and then start to head back down. So this little zone here, we'll see a push up and then see it come back down on there, guys. All right, so let's see here. So Atom's going to give us a bounce, and then you'll have a short position in there. Then we're starting to see a little push up right here. Here's your 5 minutes, right? So if you're getting into a high leverage short, this will be a good opportunity to get a high leverage short off of this. Now let me check this 5-minute pullback. Here's your moon. Here's your pullback. Let's see what the 15-minute was doing at that time. It was bottomed out. So, and the 30-minute is bottomed out, right? So not a good pullback at that time because the 5 hour moon came in, but the 5-minute moon came in, but the RSIs were already bottomed out. So not a good time to kind of jump a super short right there. So what you'd want to do at that time is, because like you see, I'd already kind of hit already, is that this is going to go sideways. And then the next short is that this is still a 5-minute red moon. When the 15-minute RSI climbs up and rejects, you're going to have a short. When the 30-minute RSI pushes up and comes back down, you're going to have a short. And that's what's happening right now. How long that's going to take? Oof. Could be another 30 minutes for that. I'm not going to watch this coin too much. I'm just going to go ahead and put my smaller leverage. I just feel like we don't have any volume and we're going to break through here. Let's see here. So far right now, nothing here that I want to trade on a high leverage right now. Just kind of like setting up little snipe or little position trades, but nothing right now that's looking like any serious action right now. The only thing that would be Atom is bouncing up here. This will probably be a nice little trade for you guys if you're watching it. I'm not going to watch it though. Long position. So it going back to the 200 average right there, which means for this to be a good trade, it would have to get back up to 1129, right? That's just not enough. It's not enough percentage for me to really care about it, but that would be a 1% trade. So if you can set a area about a 1130 and take a short in that area back down to the moving average. That'll give you 1%. And if you're doing a 50x, that's 50%. 80x, you got 80. But that's kind of like the zone for Atom. I don't see too much volume over there. All right, Doji. Let's go back to our Doji. Doji, I just feel like we're just running out of momentum on it. All right, so let's go check out another coin. Let's see something if we can find something, right? So how do we find something? Let me go and slide over to CoinMarketCap. All right. First thing I want to see here, guys. Now, guys, if you're not checking this, you need to do this every time. First thing I want to see is the market cap, right? Is the market cap bringing in more money or less money, right? So right here, we see our little market cap area right here. And right now it's at 1.184, right? I'm pretty sure earlier we were a little bit higher. So it looks like we're losing a little bit of money, but not too much. We're staying steady here, guys. So we have to be excited that over the last week, since that big Bitcoin pump we called out, we're not really changing, right? So here's watching the market cap. So here, 328. We're what, 5 days later? We're at 116, then 117, right? Then this is where we called the Bitcoin push because we knew we were starting to gain momentum. 117, 117, 118, 117, 118, right? 1186. Then we got to 1193 and we made a killing on those longs that we got. And then after that, we jumped back down to one. People took their profits. Boom, the market ran away. People are like, yeah, I made my money for spring break. Yay, yay. They took them. They took the money and jumped out. And this is kind of how we've been moving along, 117. And then we had that big short weekend right there at 331st, 1165. And then all of a sudden, at the end of that, this is where Doge started to gain momentum. Easy 20 Billy came in out of nowhere. And then that's kind of where we've been hovering. This is a steady little amount of money here, right? 117, and then we had a 1189, right? So right now we're pasting this in there, right? So now we're not too bad. We lost a little bit of money, but we still have money in here, which means there's a bunch of people sitting around waiting for the next coin, like what's going to pump, right? This is where Wednesday and Thursday are the best days to trade longs, right? So tomorrow, or tonight actually at midnight, you want to start looking at all your coins. What has lost the most money? What is at the bottom of a resistance? What is sitting at support, right? Once you get to that level, then you could say, okay, I'm gonna say that this coin's gonna recover its little half of where it was, right? So if it can get halfway to its previous high of that last week, does it make you an X amount of money, right? If it's over 3%, 4%, you definitely want that coin, right? That's what we're going to be looking at later tonight, is hunting down tomorrow's longs, right? And look at Doge. I mean, look at the 4 hour. This is the craziest thing, right, about Doge. The 4 hour red moon, 4 hour RSI. But look at the 200 moving average, man. The 200 moving average is still heading up. All right, so retail investors are they're sniffing around, they're hanging out, but Doge is probably going to go to 11 cents on Thursday. We're probably going to get this pump for no reason, right? And I'm excited because if we can get this pump through the week, right? Because this is the end of the week. This is the end of the cycle. Like, this is where most trading ends for this quarter, right? Where they start selling their profits for the end of the first quarter, right? So you have 4 quarters in a year, right? 12 months a year, 4 quarters, right? So the first 3 months, this is the end of the first quarter. This is where companies and investors and funds and all these things will start to take their profits at the end of the first quarter because they need to ring in their profits. Okay, guys? That's what's happening right now. First quarter is the end of the 31st. They start selling off their profits. They get a nice little 7-day window to kind of get their shit together. And this is where they're going to decide, right? Are we going to take those profits and they're going to say that the sentiment is this is still cheap and they believe that they can get another 50% profits and they hold their positions. That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to see if we end the first quarter and we head in a position of sentiment that this market is still cheap and it's better than any other investment. Then we enter an entirely new situation there. That's an entirely new situation. That's a moment that we haven't had in crypto. That's normally in stocks, right? That's normally in other investments, right? Crypto's never had that moment where they thought it was better than everything else. So we're on that little, cusp. Even if it's just for an extra month, right? It just shows that the crypto world is making moves, right? So that's where we're at, man. I got my Hex, guys. Dude, Hex is great, guys. I love Hex. That's where we're at. So that's what I'm excited for, guys. I'm excited to see where we go in that next little moment, right? Is this going to continue on for another couple weeks? Which is great. That means we're moving in the right direction with crypto, or we're ending a normal trading cycle, which happens every single year, all the time. And it just means that, it doesn't really mean anything negative. It just means that we're in a really shitty economy and we're just moving in a normal cycle. So the fact that we're at this level right here without retail investors is just a remarkable scenario right now. That to me means a lot, because we are advancing in crypto faster than anything else. And that means that the bull run that's coming in the next 6 to 7 months is going to be massive. It's going to be massive, right? That's what I'm excited for. So we're headed in the right direction. We look good in crypto. This all looks really good. We are moving in the right direction completely, right? So I'm excited to see if we can extend this first quarter into a second quarter scenario and get ourselves in a position where we see a nice little extra belief system in crypto. It's all about beliefs. Like if they continue to believe that crypto is a better value than something else, it just extends the rallies and things are doing well. So that's where we're at right now, guys. So tonight, man, we need to go over probably about 10 o'clock. We'll probably get in there about 9 o'clock, which would be 10 o'clock New York time. And we need to take a look at the coins, where they're at, what direction they were headed, where are they favoring, right? So from the previous week, you have highs and lows. And then by Tuesday night, you take a look and see what they decided to do. Are they continuing their movement up, or are they starting to get lower highs and lower lows and move down? And that will basically give you an idea of the direction or the sentiment of that coin. And then you can say, okay, this one looks like it's got some momentum. So right now, Doge, is looking like it has a little bit of momentum here, in that people can make that move on there. Atom is looking like it has a little more movement to go. I expect Atom to, fight through the week and make a move. So Atom looks like a tough coin. Doge looks like a tough coin. ARB, I just think ARB, is kind of like, I think it's kind of it's got way too much money in it. That's the one that's probably going to suffer on there. But Atom's probably going to have a nice little run over the next couple of days. Doge is probably going to have a nice little run. But we're going to have to look at the charts. We're going to have to take a look and kind of see what everybody's looking at. But as far as I can tell, there's a lot of people. Here's your Atom push right here. Like we just talked about this. All right, so here's your Atom push, right? Pushing up, right? This is where you're looking to. When this finishes this push, man, look to get into your short here and then come back down to this movement. So you're not quite at your 1%, but you're halfway there. You're halfway there, guys. You're at 1125. You need 1128 at least. But you're starting to get a little bit of volume on the 30. You're bending up here, looking good. Looking good. I mean, anytime you come off of a 200 bouncing average, right? You could make a move, right? Look at this. Who's in Atom, man? Who loves Atom? Who's in the Discord, guys? Who's in Atom right here? Somebody was trading Atom. Shiba bounce. So here you go. Here's your push up. Atom came back, retested the 200, and it just retested again. That's a good sign for it. So we're going to be looking into Adam to kind of like reposition ourselves and see if we can get back into a good position tonight around 10 o'clock where Adam's going to go. Adam looks like it's right on the cusp, right? It's either going to tank down for us or it's going to do a nice little move over Wednesday and Thursday, and then we can short it back down through the weekend, right? So that will be a coin that we decide to work two directions. Doge is trending. Doge is unpredictable. You never know what the hell is going to happen. But it looks like the 200 moving average is still pushing up. It's still looking good. It's still looking all these things. So, it's hard to get rid of a trending coin, right? But I think we're going to have a huge Wednesday and Thursday. All right, so it's got back half of its move there, so Adam's still pushing up there. But I like the short on Adam and then a reset tonight. But we got to wait for this 30-minute, right? Trade with your 30-minute RSIs, guys. So if you do anything or want to focus on anything into yourself, like if you're indecisive or you're saying, okay, where should I go right here? Do follow your 30-minute relative strength index. That'll give you a better opportunity of being successful. That's for sure. That's for sure. Shiba, please. Shiba. All right, let's go look at Shiba. Here you go. Man, here's your Adam. Here's your bounce, man. So if you're looking for that short, guys, new days, here's your bounce right here. It's trying to get there. It's trying to get to 11.29. Trying to get there. Here we go. All right, let's take Shiba Inu. Shiba. Yeah, Doge runs, Shiba runs, right? There we go. Doge and Shiba run. Two pullbacks. What do we got? 30 minute. Let's take a look at Shiba on the overall. Eesh, I haven't looked at Shiba in a minute. SHIB I kind of like. SHIB's probably the only one I just set and forget it just because there's so much SHIB can do. You buy $1,000 worth of SHIB and you say, I'll see you in 5 years. All right, let's see. Here's our Sunday right here. Prior week, what did we have? Prior week. Let's get this in here. Let's get our bottoms in here. Let's see what we got here. There's our Sunday right there. Okay, here's our Sunday. Where does Sunday end? So here's our Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Here's our Sunday. We're in the 1 hour. 23rd, 23rd, Sunday. Alright, here's our Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Here's our Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Alright, so boom. So the Sunday that we want is right here. Alright. Well, we're in price discovery here. Oh my take a look at Doji. Doge Diddley. Wow. Wowza. Wowza. Wow. They are good at marketing their shit. Okay. Doge and Shib, the people's coins. All right, previous low in this zone here, right here, previous high, right here. Here's our new Sunday. And so for me, you see how Doge, you know, levitated, hit its top. So for me, Doge is just, you know, starting to make its move towards its bottom. We'll have to see tonight, but if it doesn't hold this level right here, then, you know, Doge is going to be in basically looking at a short position here, which I don't like to see because that's kind of like retail investors. So that means the retail investors are coming out of that. These are whales moving it, but if the retail investors can't get Shiba Inu to, you know, hold this level right here, and if Shiba Inu breaks this level, then SHIB is going to come back down and at least test these areas down in here. So SHIB looks like it wants to be a short here overall, right? So now let's go take a look at SHIB, and the first thing we got to do on SHIB is take a look at the 4 hour, right? 4 hour RSI bent down. It's got a 4 hour trend. This looks completely whale money here. So this looks like SHIB's a short here. Yeah, so everything, I mean, hate to see it right now, but the market is starting to favor the fact that we're coming to an end of a cycle. You know, that's, you know, I want to see us get to a 2.1, you know, market cap. That would be amazing right now, but this is not favoring. But here we go. The 2 hour is starting to trade back up. So SHIB's going to have another little cycle here, another little push before it really gives in. The 1 hour still going down. That's got to get to the 2 hour level, and the 30 minutes heading down. So right now SHIB is kind of adjusting itself. Probably going to bounce off of these little support areas right here. Probably a 11113 area, maybe even down to that 30-minute 200 moving average. Let's take a look at the 15. Let's see here. Is it bouncing? It's bouncing. All right, boom, 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 boom. Okay, so right now SHIB is just basically at its little support line right now. So just like a lot of the coins right now, it's just hitting the support section. It has to, you know, make a decision here. I think with the 2 hour RSI, we think we're going to see SHIB kind of run up here, just like Atom does right there. So this will be worth more money. So SHIB's area to run up is probably in this zone here. And right off this last high right there, that high. And I think bouncing off here, we're going to get back up to this 1133 area right in this little zone here. So that's where SHIB is. Now, SHIB is bouncing with the 15-minute RSI, which is nice. The 30 minutes still heading down, so you can wait on that. So trade with the 30-minute here. The 1 hour is going to bounce. So it looks like it's going to pull back and get you a good position here. But trade with the 2 hour RSI starting to move up, which is half decent, but there's still room to fall. So let the 1 hour, you know, head up, and then trade with that 30-minute. So when the 1 hour starts to go up, you can trade with the 30-minute. Get yourself the last pump here of this Shiba Inu, which is trying to get back up to this little 113 area, and then we can start looking for short. So this is going to take an hour or 2-3 hours right there. 2-3 hour movement right there. That's the problem. All right, right now you're sitting in the midday. We're catching a lot of coins that are just flatlining at support, which is okay. We have, you know, like I said, Wednesday and Thursday are volume days, right? So money is going to come in, right? They're just waiting right now. Everybody's waiting around, waiting for the best support line buy, right? And that's where you're kind of sitting here going, okay, where are we going to buy? So for me, Shiba Inu is going to get a nice little 2-hour pump. That should take us 2, 4, 6 hours, 2 more hours to go down, 4 hours, so about 10, 12 hours. So you get about 12 hours of Shiba Inu finding its bottom, and then you're going to see Shiba Inu kind of move towards an upward position. So the 1116 is probably going to try to recover down to the 1133. Is that worth any money? Yeah, so that's at least a 1% move. So that's not bad. And if it gets caught, all right, so that's a good trade, because if it, half of that is where we want to be, 0.8. That's a 50%. That's about a 40% gain. But if it catches any type of FOMO, it could easily do 3-4% and go right back up to this higher level by Thursday, which would be 3%, 50x, 150% gains. So, I mean, Shiba's starting to work itself into a good foundation. So, Shiba Inu would be looking... I'd be greedy here and try to wait for it to, probably get closer to that 30-minute 200 moving average. What's the 15-minute moving average? Yeah, 15-minute moving average looks like it's bouncing there, but I would probably get a little bit greedier and think about doing longs off that 30, right? How much is that in a short? And this is where if you're like thinking, okay, I'll short you down to that 30-minute moving average. With the 2-hour and everything coming in, yeah, you could probably get a nice 1% short here down to that moving average. But it's preparing. I would short it until that 30-minute bounces. So you're probably going to get a nice little 1% move down to the 200 moving average on Shiba Inu. So SHIB's getting ready. Everything is, gearing up for a half decent push on Wednesday and Thursday. But we're not going to get anything until we see tonight, because people, they will start buying the dips later tonight. So in about 3 hours. About 3 hours, you're going to see once we find support, people will start buying the support line, start setting their limit buys. And that's what we're looking at right now. And that's what we're going to see. Like, take a look at Adam. Adam's probably going to bounce on me right here, right? Because Adam found that support line on that 200 moving average, which is great, right? We thought Adam was going to be along the entire time, and it's just fighting the support line, right? 30-minute support line, 30-minute RSIs in the favor of a long. Still fighting this little section here, bouncing off the 200. I mean, that looks like a solid support line right there. Right, so, I mean, if you're a whale, if you're somebody that likes Adam, Cosmos, like gearing into Wednesday, they're probably going to be looking at this area right here and saying, okay, I can buy Cosmos at 1127 in this area here, and we're going to get to that next mark, right, which is that next movement up, which is a strong high at 1158 area, right? So for Cosmos, this push here is 1.2% gain, right? That's exactly where they want to sit. 2% gains, 3% gain area. So that's where Cosmos is going to, I would say for this Wednesday, Thursday, Cosmos is probably going to retest that strong high. And that's what most coins, if they can bounce off their 30-minute, 15-minute moving average, then that support is probably going to get them over to their high that they previously tested during the week. So 1160 area for Adam for Thursday, right? And I'm gonna make some videos a little bit later on this. I would just be looking for Adam to kind of like give one more rejection and kind of give us another look at an entry for a long somewhere down in here again, retesting that moving average. Normally, I like to see a solid red candle to the test, one green candle up, and then another, red candle down. And then wherever that next red candle down comes in, that's where I would be looking for a position for like a long position if it plays out that way, if it doesn't continue to fall, right? So right now, for you guys, I was talking about getting up to this level. You can look for a power short once the 30-minute changes direction, somewhere in here, and go back down and do the retest then we would be looking to see if it breaks through the retest or if it continues, you know, where you can get in on a long and say, okay, all right, Adam's going to fight this weekend. That's where we're at right now. Nothing worth trading right now. Super. We have that 20x Doge long that we have set up earlier. That's at 5% right now, so that's not bad. The ARB short right now it's at 1%. But the only tricky dog here is Adam. Adam's going to push up here on the 30, and then this next move for Adam is going to decide what it's going to do for the weekend, right? If it crashes through this 200 moving average, then we have a different way to trade Adam later on today. But that's what we're looking at, guys. All right, well, let's see here if there's another coin that we can take a peek at here. All right, so what I wanted to do is, so going back to like looking at the coins, Doge is up. We're up 8% on our 20x. All right, so trending, right? So trending, ARB's trending, right? Meaning that people are talking about it. Doesn't mean that they're going to buy it or sell it. It just means that they're looking at it. XRP is trending, but it's not really moving. And we want to take a look at the top. So let's go here, cryptocurrencies. Click on that. We want to take a look at. Let's see. What's trending right now? ARB, XRP, SXP, guys. SXP. All right, look at that. Like we were talking about that earlier about shorting that, and it got 8% on the short. All right, so Aptos. We were looking at that all day yesterday. SPX, right? SPX was giving me a pain in the ass yesterday. It was so high. It just doesn't. There's no way it can maintain that. Right, so for me, anything that's up 182% in 30 days, that's just gonna give, right? But you know, here we are. We gotta wait for it to kind of roll. But I'm gonna short the shit out of SPX once we start going into a downward trend. All right, so Aptos, right? We're at 1146. It's up 1% today. So that's starting to, and that was a big loser the other day. If you're looking at the charts that I was posting or the things, that was on the big loser list. So that has some room to gain. Bitcoin's up 25% in 30 days. 7 days it's up 3%. Today it's slowly grinding it out. Ethereum has that big fork situation. This is kind of what, now that we're talking about Ethereum, what I kind of like, Casper. Yeah, we got to take a look. I'll take a look at Casper in 1 second. CFX, yo, Dish, you know CFX has been oversold this entire week, man. We've been shorting CFX like crazy. So the one thing that it's kind of weird how it's always falling into this position, and Ethereum does this at a very like peculiar time. Like they're always setting up some type of fork, some type of thing, but it's always on a date that is very important to the market, right? And I don't think anybody else notices this, but Ethereum is king of manipulation, right? They play this game where they pump their coin and then they dump on you, right? I guarantee you the Ethereum. Actually, you know what? We should just go look at their fucking address. Ethereum has a foundation, right? The minute Ethereum starts selling Ethereum, the market's over, right? Because they manipulate the shit out the market. So Ethereum has a fork coming up in the next day. I don't know what's that. When was that fork, guys? When's that fork coming up? But they have a new the thing that they're doing, the little bridge that they're doing. Every time the bridge comes in, as soon as it comes in that day, Ethereum dumps. Okay, nothing positive. It's a build up until it happens. They dump the day they're going to do it. All right, keep that in mind. Then that to me is kind of weird because that's going to be at the end of the market, which is the 7th or what? Let's see. When's the Ethereum thing, man? Let's pull this shit up, man. Let's go Ethereum. Dump. ETH. What do we got, man? ETH what? ETH. Are we on a fork or something? What is it? All right, here. Ethereum Shanghai hard fork has official target March 16th, 2023. The Shanghai upgrade expected mid-April puts the final touch. There we go, bro. Here we go. Ho, 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 ho. Bro, win or market Bitcoin Miami. What you want me? You want me to go to Miami, bro? I'm there. Miami. All right, guys. Good news, guys. 14% on that Doge 20X. Guys, I'm always doing 80X or 100. So when I see a Doge short for 20 and I'm up 14%, that should be 70%, right? But I'm running a small short. Our ARB came through with a 10% so far. The only one I'm losing on is Adam. Adam's kicking my ass today. Let's see. Okay. Come on, man. There we go. Oh, you want to play a stupid Ethereum video. Yay. Long neck one. I'm the manipulator of the market. Long neck one. All right, here we go. Okay, so here, developers agreed to April 12th for the long-awaited upgrade that will enable staked ETH withdrawals. Which means, to me, that kind of makes that such a crazy date. Because when you look at the calendar, right, pop up a little calendar there. Calendar time, baby. Oh my God, I'm so tired of this. All right, calendar time. That's next Wednesday. So next Wednesday is probably going to be the major dump of the market, guys. It's probably going to come before that, but that's going to be the major dump right there. Okay, I'm not going to sell it around. Give a shit. All right, here we go. The Ethereum developers set a target date of April 12th. Ba-bam, ba-bam. All right, so which means, man, once the date voted on by developers and confirmed via GitHub, slot 6209536 occurring on or around April 12th will be set in stone for the Shanghai upgrade. Right, that's just going to be a very tough time. All right, Bitcoin happening. Let's take a look there, guys. Let's go, Bitcoin. Let's go, Doge. 24%, 25% on our short on Doge, 17% on our ARB, 14% on Atom, guys. We're starting to come back. I was down 21% on Atom, 14% on Atom. Atom was kicking my ass today, but I'm starting to recover. All right, here, Bitcoin happening, 2000, the final chance to buy cheap Bitcoins. I mean, these are just weird ads that they run right before they dump everything. This is 4 hours ago, guys. Look at this. 4 hours ago, the world's largest cryptocurrency by market capitalization, Bitcoin remains in focus among many investors, seeing growth on one of the key potential upcoming drives for this key crypto will be upcoming Bitcoin halving set for some time in 2024. With the Bitcoin halving event on the horizon, the window of opportunity to buy cheap Bitcoins may be closing for the season. Many experts have appointed 2023 as a great period to start loading up on this crypto. Let's dive into what Bitcoin halving event means and what crypto invest. So I'll make a video on this a little bit later, guys. We'll get in there. Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin Miami in May. Yes, baby. Yes, yes. There's my Doge, baby. Look at my Doge. Come on, Doge. Come on, Doge. Dum. Come on, Doge. Dum. Pay that money, Doge. Pay that money, Doge. Doge Dillium is going short today. Doge Dillium. Did I get night? What? Doge Dillium. I love Doge short, baby. Yeah. Yep. Copy that shit. Bah. All right. Oh my God. What did we get? 53%? Let's go. Am I not in here? Where's my login? What's going on here, man? Let me get out of here. All right, let's see here. There we go. All right, 27% on our Doji. Let's go VC. Thanks, bro. All right, 21% on our ARB, 27% on Doji. Damn, this atom keeps going up and down. 14%, then 21%. 14, then 20. Come on, man. Adam's playing games with me, bro. But everything else is working out, man. Everything else is working out. 42 on CFX. Let's go. You know, let's take a look at CFX, right? Where dishes over here, bragging. Stay focused, guys. Make sure when you're doing your trades. There we go. CFX. Look at that dump. Now, CFX is in a good position. Look at this is what I'm talking about, right? The 200 moving the 200 moving average, right? On the 30-minute. Look, this is the resistance. Boom, short. Boom, short, right? And this looks like it's going to continue down here, right? The week low for this. So, Dish, you could probably be aiming for about 34 cents on here. All right? All you need to do here is you get the 30-minute in your direction again. Then you can go back into a short on CVX. CFX. Right? So, we're going to see a little recovery here. This is why, guys, you got to take your profits when it hits. But it looks like CFX wants to go to 34 cents, 34.70, 347. Right? So it's going to have a little bit of a bump here, which is all right. Take that profits, quick scalp. All right, CFX, nice thing. Thanks for calling that out, Dish, big dog. I know you guys are calling out coins. Would have been a good trade to get into. I just wanted to kind of like run my process through. So right now what I'm doing is just trying to like figure out ways to explain what I'm looking at better. But I mean, it really just keeps coming down to don't trade against your trends, right? I have to trade with the 30-minute. I have to trade with the 15-minute. You know what I mean? 5, 15, 30, right? It just makes sense. The opposite way, 4, 2, 1, right? And then the 30 is your middle, right? So just like every trade, once we find a long or a short, we go to the 5-minute to make a trade. The 30-minute is the movement of once we find everything, you can look at the 30-minute RSI, and it confirms the best entries if it's in your position. So CFX here, let's take a look here. I think I mapped CFX out earlier. Here's our top, here's our bottom, it rejected. So yeah, CFEX is looking like it would head to the next line. So it's 35.79. 35.79 is the next spot for CFX. 35.79. Which is, you know, that'll line up. So tonight, going into midnight into Wednesday, if CFX continues to fall down, then that'll line up to where we can kind of like see an area where CVX starts to move in the other direction. And then we can kind of see where we can get volume back up to these upper areas here, right? But CVS looks like CFX looks like it's going to slide down here to that 35, 36 zone right there. So still a good short on there, man. Now let's take a look at CFX on the whole thing. So definitely a good short in there. Let me see what we can do. CFX. And it is on MEXC, boys. It's on MEXC. It's got a nice little pump coming in here, and then you can slide into a little bit of a zone there. What time we got? 8 o'clock, 8:30. So this is where I would be looking for. This is kind of like the end of days, right? So you have New York time, 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. This is kind of like where we see the pumps, right? So a lot of times you see, and close of day, right? Close of day is 6:30 to 7:30 for what we like to see, and that's where we're at right now. We're seeing this end of the 7:30. Now, normally you like to short to 7:30, so it looks like we're hitting a time zone here. So for me, 7:30 p.m. looks like we get a lot of pumps here. So let me take a look here real quick, and I'm gonna change some directions here real quick here. So the CFX dump here looks like it wants to pump back up to 36 and then has another push down. So we're getting towards Tuesday. We're starting to head towards our Wednesday decisions. So these are where these coins are gonna, anything that's fallen heavily, which CFX has fallen heavily, is going to start looking for support and then a bounce up here. All right, it's just natural market. People buy the dips. All right, so let's take a look here. Doge hasn't had that great of a fall. CFX had a huge fall, so it's probably going to get into a pump here. Hold on 1 minute here. All right, so start taking a look at CVX all across the board. First thing we're going to do is take a 4 hour. 4 hours moving up, so that's a good trade. That CFX is going to be some type of long for the next couple of days. 2 hour RSI starting to bend down here, so a little bit of a pullback, so it's an in between, but the 4 hour is stronger than the 2. Let's look at the 1 hour starting to bend here, which looks like we should be starting to consider CFX for some longs. 30-minute just bent up. This is where you're going to see a push. So this is where the the loveliness of the 30 minutes. So I'm going to play along here on this 30-minute RSI. I'm going to take an entry here at CVX, and I'm going to CFX. I'm going to enter a position here at, because we just had this big dump here, right? So I'm going to take a position and play the bounce here and see how many people think CFX is worth more money. So my entry, 36.75. And that's where we're going to ride up right here. So 36.75, and I'm going to ride this little pump, and it's going to be based on this 200 moving average, right? Meaning that 36.75, somewhere in here I got in 36.75. All right, so for me, if I can get this up to, and just by eyeballing this, I already knew that this, basically in my eyeball, every 1 inch is about 1%, right? So when I looked at this gap from here to the 200 moving average on the 30, I knew it'd be about a 2% move, right? What does that mean for me? That means if I can get into this trade at like at least a 50 long or something like that, if I get half of this 2% back, you know, that's gonna cover a nice little 25 to 30% gain. And then we have the 30-minute bouncing. So we're good on the 30. Let's take a look at the 15. The 15 just went into a green moon. So we're getting some nice volume here. It's starting to look good. So I'm happy about this entry on this trade. So if we can break through this 15-minute 200 average right here, we might be able to actually do something, right? So like I said, guys, every time you're in a trade, remember, you're not going to win every trade. 3 out of 10 trades, you're not going to win no matter what. And if you're terrible, you lose 5 out of 10. But if you do the system right, you still win money. All right, here we go. Now the 5-minute, right? 5-minute RSI is down at the bottom. We know that we're riding that up as well with the 30. We just got a green moon, and we're above this 200 moving average on the 5-minute. So this will allow us to kind of structure out and say, okay, we're sitting on support here on the 5-minute, the 200 moving average. So this will give us an opportunity here to have some type of support, give us a little more confidence that we're in a good trade here. And then what we're looking for is that week high, right? So even if I don't get all the way up there, the week high is going to give me still that 1.96% move, which is kind of what we're looking for. And this is where we're fighting right here, right? We're looking at this battle. Now for me, CFX, I'm probably going to be looking at this a little bit long term, because we are coming towards the 8 o'clock time frame, which is 9 o'clock New York time. That's where we start to see some pumps, because they start buying for the next day, right? So CFX has been a very hot coin. So these big dips that it just went through is probably going to start setting up. So notice here, this last dip it went through, on Tuesday, right? Now, just scenarios, guys. You ready? Follow me, guys. All right, ready? So last week you had the big pump, right? All the way to Tuesday. What happened on Tuesday? They pulled the rug out. They started to bring it down. They pumped a little bit more, slung it all the way down through Tuesday the 4th. Right, that's what we're looking at right now. Tuesday the 4th, we had our big pump. Now they're slinging it all the way down, and now they've hit the same support. See the support all the way across? This little support here. This has been the same support area for a 2-week area. So right here, once again, we're in that support zone. So for me, good odds say that they're going to try to at least push it up to this area right here, right? So for me, I like this little scenario right here. Plus, we're sitting on support, a little harder to break. And all we need is just we just need a lucky little push here on this RSI. So here's our RSI, 5 minutes pushing, we're good. 15-minute is pushing, we're good. 30-minute is pushing, we're good. So we're gonna see if we can touch this 37.63 real quick. So far right now we're up. I'm doing a 50x. I'm at 25% right now. So I've already hit my goal. I'm just seeing if I can get this push here. 26%. And that's just, I'm just playing the resistance, the support line.
How about that's a negative, right?
Now I have a green moon, right? I have a green moon. We have a red trend. RSI is coming up. I am in a 30-minute. I do have some positive volume here. Gives me a little bit of hope in there that we're going to move. But I just needed to give it a little bit more. Moving my stop loss here so that I have a 10% window. So no matter what happens, I break even here. All right. This I like. Okay, we're getting a little volume here, a little volume. Let's see if CFX stays hot. But I like this little area here that has a lot of support. So in the next 2 hours when I reevaluate CFX, that's what I'm going to be looking for. If it holds the support line going into Wednesday morning, right, we're going to be looking to do like a 20 or 30x and hold CFX and run it up at least to its next line is what we're waiting on. Let's see where we're at right now. Yeah. See, it's starting to, see, it's pushing up. So there's our day. Here's Monday, here's Sunday, right? Sunday comes out. What does it do Monday? Monday it starts to move up. That's showing that it wants to trend up. They short it. Starts to trend up. They short it, and now it's starting to trend up. So those 3 days in a row that CFX wants to continue to push to an upside, right? So for us, like that big short comes in, but it's recovering, trying to push to the upside. So for us, CFX would be a coin that we would consider definitely going up in this scenario and tapping its at least in this little zone here of 38.18, but it could touch its last time high up here, and we can see a nice little 39.69, right? So everything looks good here. This is why we're taking this trade. Now we're starting to see, here you go. This is why if you guys Dish, what up, baby? This is why, guys, if you're trading, it's so important. Like, you guys can, if you trade with the 15-minute and the 30-minute RSIs, you are going to have more success just on that one little tip, right? So that's kind of what is, that's what I'm really looking for. All right, guys, 75%. Let's go. Let's go. 72%, 73%. Here you go. Look at that. CFX long. I did a 48 right there. Very simple. 73%, and we're still going, right? But remember, we're trading with the 30-minute and the 15-minute RSIs. And after a big dump, like we had a big dump here, we're playing the bounce, right? We're playing the RSIs, right? And also the other thing that we're doing is we're playing the fact that we have a 200 moving average that we're heading to, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for, you know, what if this target goes halfway up, right? We still make 1%, right? Which is 50%. That's where I'm at right now. So I'm putting in my stop loss here. I'm moving my stop loss to 50%. So no matter what happens here, I made my little 50%. If I all positions, what does that say, man? So there, 46% profits no matter what happens, guys. Now, I can leave this right here. I can say, all right, I'm going to rock and roll, 46%. I got my 40, my brother traded up. We got it. We're rolling when we're rolling. So now this is going to be a little power trade here. And if we break this, so I'm going to hold this position, right? If we break this moving average and we get above it, I'm going to hold the moving average and I'm going to ride this out for the next big move, which would be tomorrow. So if we can get through this moving average and sit on top of there, that's a pretty good spot. Guys, we're up 90% on this trade, guys. Jeez, let's go. Thanks to Dish. Shout out to my brother Dish. Guys, Dish is in the academy, hanging out, doing well. Stelios! My brother, Stelios. Get in the damn Discord, man. Get in there. Let me help you. All right, we're 84% right here. All right. I told you guys, so that's kind of walking you through the trades that we see, right? So a lot of times you guys say, well, I didn't see how that trade came together, right? And it's really just kind of like, you know, going with the indicators. I love Dish. Dish comes through. And anytime you see these certain moves, right, you can play against it. Like I said, anytime I see a big candle dig down, I like to play the next candles up, right? Trade, and I can't, you know, reiterate, trading with the 30-minute RSI and the 15-minute RSI are the biggest advantages you can have for yourself. So right now, it is still trading on that. And the only thing I have to look for here is the 5-minute, right? Here's your 5-minute RSI. Green moon, green trend. We're looking good. The only pullbacks that we're going to have here are going to be the 5-minute. So as long as I don't get a red moon here, I don't have to close my trade. I already have my stop loss set up here. So hopefully it doesn't pull back that much and we can keep pushing up here. Shiba took off, big dog. Yeah, Shiba had that little pullback, but it looked good, man. It looked good. It looked good. We just need to get through this little pullback here. We can survive. If we can survive this pullback, we might have a big run here. Come on now. Come on now. Keep pushing. See, I like above the 200 moving average right here on the 5. That's always nice. That's a good support. That's why, you know, getting in the long was easy because we're above the 5-minute. Gives us support, right? But now this is the pullback that we're trying to fight. Hopefully, you know, we can push through this. We're not doing too bad. 37.28. My stop loss is 37.1. So this is doing really good. The 15 minutes still trading. I just hate when there's like big candles like that because personally I always take profits when there's a big candle. I hate not doing it. But the reason why I'm not doing it this time is because we had a big candle here. We had this pullback and then we shot up. If we can get this same candle here and pull up and shoot up again, then I'll be sitting above the 30-minute. Bread Boy took 72. Nice. Yo, Bread Boy's been in there, guys. You guys been doing a good job in the Discord communicating, guys. Really nice to get the trades in there, man. Nice, nice. I like that. That's nice. He's bread boy's a bastard. CVS dish, right? There you go. There you go. Nice long, 100%. I haven't sell. Look at CeeLo. CeeLo, man. Look at you guys are trading so many different coins here. This is hilarious. ICX.
Just me.
CFX 5-minute red moon. Look at that dump it took. All right, so we're looking good here, man. Some trades. We got a 3-1. Come on, man. We need to bounce here. I want to see this candle bounce. It's hard to get a third leg, right? Because we got a first leg, that big candle, the second big candle. Third leg is always hard to break, and we got that high right there. So that's it's a weak high. Notice how it's kind of like the average high right here, right? That's what we're trying to break here, and that's what I'm looking for the future for CFX. CFX, I want to get through this high right here and push through this area here. I know, bro. I got the profit set at 47%, man. So we're all right. We got 47%. But I just want to see if I can hold this, because I would hold this through the night. That's what I'm looking for. She wants to get back. 5-minute pullback, bro. That 5-minute pullback dish. Hasn't triggered yet. Hasn't triggered, man. Oh my God. Oh, there we go. Come on, fight back. Fight back, you bastard. Let's go. Come on, green candle. Green candle. Come on now. Let's go. That was close, Dish. I ain't gonna lie, that was close, man. I was scared. I was worried right there, bro. I was worried. Oh, we can break this high, bro. We're gonna get something. So this is the weak high right here. This is the weak. All right, here's your high. Look, notice how that CF. So this all the way back to the beginning of the day. So they pushed it up here earlier today. They came down. They retested it. They failed. They came down, and this is the third time. This is the third time today they're trying to test this. This is the money. This is it. It's either going to break through here and explode, or we're going to get a short and we're going to take advantage of it. But let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, man. Come on, man. This is it right here. Come on. Oh, I wish the 5-minute was at the bottom. I wish the 5-minute was at the bottom. Come on. Come on. Where's the 15? Oh, my God. Come on. Come on. You want to do it. You're going to do it, buddy. You're going to do it. Come on, little buddy. Come on, little buddy. My little buddy right here. Oh, we're going to hit that 200 moving average and reject. 37.62. Come on, little buddy. Come on, little buddy. We're at 100% Dish. Should I take 99% Dish? Come on, little buddy. Come on, little buddy. I think we should take profits here, Dish. I'm getting scared. Getting nervous, bro. I'm getting nervous, big dog. I just know it's going to break through this, man. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. What should I do? All right, I'm going to take some profits here. I'm going to take 50% of the profits off the table here. 0.374. It's going to break through, Dish. I know it is. I know it is. 50% right here, Dish. Oh my God. I think I'm going to do it. Okay, fine. I did it. I took half the profits. I feel terrible. I feel like a loser. I'm just kidding, guys. Take your fucking profits. Take your profits, boys. All right, there we go. 50%. We took half our profits. Now we got to break through here, guys. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. Now we got to move our stop loss up, right? We're at 100%, right? So check it out. Here's our move right here, 97% right here, right? See that? So now that we're at 97%, we got to move our stop loss. We got to make sure that we're, you know, catching up to Bread Boy. Bread Boy's out here making too much money, guys. He's not even talking to anybody. He's not even sharing the love. He's not even sharing the love, baby. We get above this moving average here, guys. We get above the 30 moving average. We're going to have a big Wednesday night. Let's go. Get above it. Get above it, man. Where's Bread Boy at? Where Money Man? There we go. All right, let's go. This is why, guys, I'm always telling you, like, just be patient, right? It seems like it takes a long time, but this is the third trade today. We're up 350%, right? And we have our, you know, we're taking our mini losses on our other little bags, but I mean, we're already up. But, you know, if I get rid of those, like Adam, right? Adam was a trade that, you know, could go. That we can kind of like, if I looked at it, it wasn't fully it wasn't hitting every, you know, thing. It was a trade that we were looking at to let run for the next 3 days. And we just kind of like took a position trade, right? Which is what I don't really like to do. Come on, man, break through this, right? But it is a trade that, you know, we can look at and kind of like trade in there. So Adam has kicked our butt a couple times, but we'll take a look at it in a second. Now this is the rejection again, right? So go back here. Let's look at the 5 minute. Do we have our moon yet? We don't. But look at there. They touched it again, man. Created a new high. And now we're starting. This is where it's going to break. I'm telling you, man. It's going to break through here. This is the third time. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Set it the precedence for the next 2 days. I'm going to hold this position here. I sold half my profits. I took my profits on there. So we got 50% of the bag, right? Meaning that out of the, let's say a $50 bag, we took 25. We already got it. And now the other 25 is going to go to work for us here. So no matter what here, even on that 50%, we're going to have a nice little double up on our bag no matter what happens. And we got an additional push that we can do here. So this is all looking good. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. 105, 104. Come on, man. I know you want to get on top of that 30 minute. I know you do. I know you do. I know you do. Let's go. Let's go. You get above that 30 minute moving average. Come on, man. Woo-hoo. We get above this 30 minute. I'm holding this until Thursday night. We get above. I'm holding it till Thursday night. CFX is going to go on a run. Come on, man. Come on, buddy. Come on. Get up there. Get up. Come on. Get up there. Oh, it wants to do it, man. Come on. Get up there. Get up there, buddy. Nah. Make some adjustments. 120%. I love it. I'm going to make our adjustments on our stop loss here. We have 46% profits. We're going to change that, and we're going to go to 73% profits. Confirm. We're going to lock it in at 373, right? 373? 373. 373 is our stop, and we expect this to get over this hump. Come on, man. It's tracking Bitcoin. Let's go, guys. If Bitcoin's pick, I mean, we look at that. Remember, guys, the best night to trade: Tuesday night, Wednesday, Thursday night. You short, right? So this is it. So this is the powerhouse. So when you guys are looking at trades, don't panic about over trading. Don't worry about finding 5 trades in a day. Just find one trade like this. Find one trade like that early Doge trade, right? Take your time. Like, just build it up. Build it up. Build it up. This trade I'm probably going to leave and let it run till Thursday. If it can get up there. Let's see what CF... it's fighting that little zone. Where's the 30 minute? We got 15 minutes to the candle. It can do it, man. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. All right, here we go. All right, so let's back this up. Let's take a look at the 1 hour. Do we have some moons? We got a green moon, green trend. We're good. Trend's pushing up. Looks good, man. 2 hour, right? 2 hour hasn't had... Oh, bro, we're about to go 2 hour green moon. 2 hour green moon, guys. Oh, yeah, we're going to run. Come on. Come on, baby. Come on, boy. Come on now. Looking good, guys. We're looking good here. We're starting to, this is what, you know, you can look at and go, all right, man, we're closing in on green moon, man.
Green moon long.
That's right. Green moon long, baby. How you doing out there, man? Get any trades today?
Nah, still trying to learn.
All right, man. That's okay. That's okay, bro. So what you want to do is
this.
all right. So Rich, what you want to do, bro, is just trade the last video I put in step 4, right? That's the only trade you should be looking for, right? So right now, this is a 2 hour trade right here. You see this? So this is a trade that you should be looking at, right? So you should be looking for, here's your 4 hour green moon, right? Look at this. This 4 hour green moon hit over here. We had this massive little push right here. That just lets us know, okay, so in the video, did you watch that video, Rich?
I sure did.
Okay, so remember in the video that when we trade within, I don't want this, what do I want? We trade with the moons, right? So the 4 hour moon, when it's in your favor, is going to give you better chances of having longs, right? Where is that? There we go, rectangle. So right now, here's our green moon, right? So here's our 4 hour moon, right? Okay. So now this 4 hour moon, which looks like it's going to continue on here. So during this period, this 4 hour moon right here, right? This 4 hour green moon hit, this is where we look for longs. Right? So this basically allows us to say that this is going to be a coin that we're going to look at. And until that red moon hits, longs are dominant here, right? So here you go. Here's your 4 hour green moon.
Is that like a 4 hour box you did around it?
So what this is right here, this is just so you slide over here and you go, you know, where your brushes are. You scroll down where your brush is, grab a rectangle, right? And what I like to do is, you guys don't have to do this, but I like it. I like to put a... So, okay, so this is a trade right here. So remember I was telling you to track the 4 hour moons?
Uh-huh.
Right, so here. So when this 4 hour moon hit on CFX, right? You post that and say, yo, 4 hour moon. Even if you got in this on this next candle here, massive gain. Like, look at this gain there, right? So this gain on that 4 hour moon section. Let's see what we would have made on that. So that's about a 10%, so we'll say 8% gain just off that one candle. Right, so there's a 10% opportunity, 8% off that one green moon, right? Then you let it reset, right? Meaning that once the 4 hour moon, so when you watch that video, that's what I'm talking about. It's like when the 4 hour moon hits, we take our longs and then we let the cycle reset, right? So here's your cycle reset. We let this kind of roll through. And now we start to see our RSI bend down. We start to come back. And right here, we're starting to see our RSI start to gain momentum again, right? And this is probably going to be, we're probably going to see some different moons or stuff that pop up in here that are going to basically trigger us that we're going to have some longs here. Give me a second. All right, I'm going to make this a little bit thicker. Okay, there we go. I'm going to put that there. So basically what that is, that's when my RSI starts to show another move up, right? So you see here, we have our 4-hour moon, right? See how the volume hit? And then the volume goes away right here, right? So we would let this volume trade out on the 4-hour until it bottoms out. And you see right here, it starts to head back up right there, right? So this right here on the 4-hour is a good look and say, okay, hey man, there's something happened on the 4-hour. We're going to get some type of movement, right? You see what I'm talking about? We start to move up in here. So you would look at this, and as soon as you see this bend, we would be looking in this time frame here, right? So now let's go take a look over here and see what's happening. As you can see right here, that's when we start to see this movement again. So now let's go take a look at the other hours, 2 hours, etc., to see if they're actually seeing any type of gains or possibilities in this particular moment. Because right now we have a green moon. So right now everything that we're trading, it should be trading in the long direction, right? So now let's go look and take a look at the 2-hour, right? So where do we find a 2-hour moon? So here's a 2-hour moon that popped up on this tiny little candle, man. Look how small that candle was, bro. That 2-hour candle hit, and there you go. We could have got in on this move. Bang. Big move. 2-hour bends on volume and starts to head down. We get out right in this position in here. That was that 10 to 13% gain. So no matter what, we should have ate off CFX already in the beginning of like Monday. You see that? Nobody called out the 2-hour moon or the 4-hour moon. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're not calling these out. These are the easiest trades in the world. These are the only trades that you should be looking for, right? 2-hour moons, 4-hour moons, entry. You play them until the volume bends down, which happens right in here, and you take your gains and you move on, right? So now we got a red moon here, and we're just trailing this across because the 4-hour green moon is still there. Trailing it across, and then we get a 2-hour green trend right here. See that?
So you go in when the 4-hour green moon pops up,
Yes.
and you don't check any of the other ones. You don't have to check the 2-hour,
No.
the 1 hour, the 15-minute, the 5-minute.
No, because the green moon, that's what I'm saying. Okay, when you trade, right, the longer the time frame, the stronger it is, right? That's why when you're new to trading, you shouldn't be trading on the 5, the 15, or the 30, right? Because it doesn't, if you don't understand high leverage, entry points, and all that shit, you shouldn't be trading on those lower time frames because you need to be really accurate to make money, right?
Okay.
And it takes a minute, it takes 1 minute for the trade to go the other direction, right?
I know.
So yeah, that's the part of the problem is, we took it so CFX just zipped me out of there. All right, so we took our last 50%. So basically, the problem
That's
is,
why I go off the 4-hour, and as soon as I see the 4-hour and it's going, say, long, and I go long, what's not to make it change all of a sudden in 20 minutes, you know?
that's because the momentum's already built up, right? So everything else is hitting. The only reason the 4-hour moon actually goes long is because the volume and the buying pressure has surpassed a certain limit, right? Which is 80% of the time going to cause FOMO, right? Meaning that people started buying at the lower levels and they started working their way up, and eventually everyone was looking and they're all waiting for a descending triangle, a bull flag, like all this other shit, right? The 4-hour, when that triggers, that means that price action is literally 80% in the upward position. The volume position is basically hitting a 75% mark, right? So everything is triggering a push, right? That's why the 4 hours takes, it's so hard to trigger a 4 hour because it has to have so much momentum. You see what I'm saying?
Right. So if you go in the 4 hour, you got a better chance of it continuing its rise as opposed to going into any of the shorter time.
Yeah,
periods.
and not even like kind of like that. It just comes down to this. Like if you go in the 4 hour, the chances that you see a 2 to 3% move is like literally 100 times better than a 15 minute. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So that's why we trade on the 4 hour, and the 2 hour is because remember the goal is this: you have a $50 bag, you use a 50x leverage. What you want to see is a 1% move. You want 50% on every trade, right? The 4 hour normally brings in a 3 to 4% move. So if it fails and only does 30% of what it's supposed to do, that's still you hitting 1%. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You're playing the percentages, right? That's the key to kind of like what it is, right? So I'm gonna stop this stream here and I'm gonna do a new stream and we're gonna cover this. I'm glad you're on, brother. I want to help you out.